Or just waiting on another person or two.
Some minutes that has, I think, issue DSS package being presented today. Well, because something she found, so. I'm gonna play the remote game at the game show.
You what?
I'm gonna play the remote game at the game show for my justice one.
Okay, sounds good.
So get some other things done.
May we test our audio?
Sounds good, Ida,
We sound good?
Oh, yeah.
so far.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we worked on this yesterday, so.
And we can see more of you than just the tops of your head, so that's good too.
Yeah, thanks.
Much better.
We're just waiting on a couple more people.
Oh, that's okay.
Okay, there we go. Thanks. Little things I don't forget.
You still don't see Commissioner Middleton?
No.
Has he emailed you, Pam?
No.
No?
Just so you know, me,
Yes.
not a big deal, but. Yes, it is.
Yes,
If anything's
That's
true.
my thinking.
Okay.
We're unmuted again.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
your high-tech panels
Well,
here.
That too, yeah, but,
Thanks for doing that, Gary.
well,
Oh, there we are.
it looks like it.
Did you get to use your new saw or anything?
Can you,
What's that?
Did you use your new saw or anything?
Yeah.
Jerry, can
Let's
you let
start
Pam know that, that we've got our last,
Eric's on the phone. Can you let Pam know? She went outside
She
to
would have
call
to call
Eric.
him.
Oh.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna unmute this again. Unmute it again.
There we go. We're here for everyone's entertainment.
Yep.
All
All right, we ready?
I think so.
Anybody's there?
Welcome back and thank you all for coming today. My name is Julie Lee and I am the Undersecretary at the Government Operations Agency and I'll be chairing our commission meeting this morning. This is day 2 of our 3-day commission meeting. I'll call the California Building Standards meeting to order. It is 9:05 a.m., July 14th, 2020. Pam, would you please call the roll?
Acting Secretary Lee,
Here.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Here.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Here.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Here.
Commissioner Patel,
Here.
Commissioner Santillan,
Good morning, I'm here.
Commissioner Alegre,
Here.
Commissioner Stockwell.
Here.
Thank you, Pam, and we do have a quorum for this meeting. As a reminder, this meeting is being conducted virtually in accordance with Governor Newsom's executive orders N29-20 and N33-20, as well as recommendations from the California Department of Public Health. This meeting can be viewed on the CBSC YouTube channel linked on the meeting agenda. I'd like to remind viewers that there is a 45-second or so delay. The public may provide comments on each agenda item by calling in on the telecom number provided on the meeting agenda. The teleconference phone number is provided on the front of the agenda and instructions are provided on the back of the agenda. I will now read those instructions. All callers will begin in listen-only mode. If you wish to make a comment on a specific agenda item, please listen for the commission chair to ask for any comments from the public. At that time, please place yourself into the queue by pressing 1 and then 0 on your keypad. When you press 1 and then 0, you will be notified when the speaker is ready for your question. To withdraw your question, press 1 and then 0. When it is your turn to comment, you will hear, "Please ask your question after the tone." A tone will sound and the caller is now in talk mode. The chair will continue through the call queue until there are no questions remaining. The commission will then proceed to the next agenda item. Please refrain from pressing 1 and 0 multiple times. Doing this toggles your position in and out of the call queue. Press 1 and 0 only once and wait for your notification to speak. If possible, please call from a landline using the telephone handset only. This enhances the commission's ability to hear your comments clearly. Calling from a speakerphone or a cell phone reduces the quality of the audio and makes it much harder for your comments to be heard clearly. It is also easier to hear participants if they use headsets. Staff will summarize any written comments that were received by 5 p.m. Wednesday, July 8th, 2020. I'd also like to remind callers that we are closed captioning this, so please speak slowly. Also for presenters, please speak slowly so the closed captioner can capture all of the comments. So we are going to pick up where we left off yesterday afternoon. We got through agenda items 1 through 10, and as agreed upon at the beginning of yesterday's meeting, we will hear HCD's 02/19 item 5, specific to 36 by 36 showers as a first item this morning. This is found in tab 11 of the binder and is agenda item 11. HCD's 02/19 item 5 is on page 4 of the final express terms, and then we will resume back to the regular agenda items. So to reiterate, item 11 is the Department of Housing and Community Development Rulemaking 02/19 proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Building Code, Chapter 11A, Part 2 of Title 24. For item 5 only, will an HCD representative please introduce yourself and present item 11?
Yes, good morning, Madam Undersecretary and Commissioners, as well as the stakeholders who are participating today. My name is Kyle Kraus, Assistant Deputy Director with the Department of Housing and Community Development, Division of Codes and Standards. Here with me presenting these items is Brandon Estes, Codes and Standards Administrator 1 with the State Housing Law Program. Thank you for the opportunity to present HCD's proposed changes to the 2019 California Building Code, Chapter 11A, Housing Accessibility. The proposal will help further align HCD building standards with national standards and guidelines. HCD's proposed changes to the CBC Chapter 11A were discussed at an HCD focus group meeting on October 3rd, 2019. The invitation to the focus group meeting was provided to all individuals who requested to be notified of such meetings via HCD's building standards email list. The CBC Chapter 11A proposals were also presented to the Building Standards Commission Accessibility Code Advisory Committee on February 11th and 12th of 2020. The invitation to the Accessibility Code Advisory Committee meeting was provided to all individuals who requested to be notified of such meetings via HCD's Building Standards email list, as well as the Building Standards Commission email list. The Accessibility Code Advisory Committee recommended approve as submitted for the proposed changes to Chapter 11A, with one exception, the definition of public housing, which HCD co-adopts with the Division of State Architect. The Code Advisory Committee recommended further study on this item, and HCD, DSA, and stakeholders worked together to further refine the proposed amendments to the definition of public housing, which is another item, and the amended definition received broad support. A 45-day public comment period was held from April 3rd to May 18th of 2020. HCD received public comments and analyzed each comment individually. Most of the comments were substantially similar. In response to comments received, HCD performed analysis and research of existing laws and regulations at both the state and federal levels. No changes were made to the final express terms as a result of public comments received. HCD has acknowledged and responded to all public comments received during the 45-day public comment period in the final statement of reasons. You may hear testimony in opposition today to HCD's proposal for the 36-inch transfer shower. But the fact is that DSA, with the 36-inch transfer shower for units with mobility features approved by this commission during the 2018 triennial code adoption cycle, and HCD's proposal before you today, are in alignment with all national standards and guidelines, and HCD has no valid argument why Chapter 11A should remain inconsistent with these other recognized standards. In conclusion, HCD respectfully requests approval and adoption of the final express terms. If you have specific questions, we're happy to provide further information. And now, Brandon Estes will provide an overview of the proposed changes for item 5.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Brandon Estes, Codes and Standards Administrator 1, representing the Department of Housing and Community Development State Housing Law Program. I will provide you with a brief description of HCD's item 02/19-5-1. HCD proposes to amend section 1134A.6 showers to include a 36-inch by 36-inch transfer shower as an additional design option in the California Building Code, Chapter 11A. HCD proposes this amendment to align with the California Building Code, Chapter 11B, whereby the transfer shower was codified during the 2018 triennial rulemaking cycle and is currently permitted in units with mobility features subject to Chapter 11B. In addition to aligning with the California Building Code Chapter 11B, HCD proposes the option of the transfer shower to align with available standards, including the 1984 Uniform Federal Accessibility Standards, the 1986 and later American National Standards Institute A117.1 standard, the 1991 Americans with Disabilities Act Accessibility Guidelines, the 1991 Fair Housing Act Design Guidelines, the 1996 Fair Housing Act Design Manual, and the 2010 Americans with Disabilities Act Standards for Accessible Design. HCD realizes that not everybody may prefer the transfer shower, but HCD is proposing this as an available option, not a mandate. The transfer shower may be preferable by persons with ambulatory disabilities who use mobility devices such as canes, walkers, crutches, knee scooters, gait trainers, safety rollers, and prosthetic limbs, as well as those who use a wheelchair who can stand up or otherwise transfer to a bench. According to the United States Access Board, the dimensions of the transfer shower are intentional and absolute. So, number 1, the user may reach the grab bars and shower controls while seated. Number 2, so that the back wall of the shower provides support while bathing. And number 3, the shower controls may be reached from outside of the shower compartment. The Accessibility Code Advisory Committee recommended approve as submitted for this item. Commenters have expressed concern for this item, even though it's included in Chapter 11B and all other accessibility standards. With that, thank you.
Thank you for that overview of the proposal. This item will now be open for commissioner discussion. I will call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel?
I have no comments at this time.
Thank you. Commissioner Klaus Bruckner?
I have no comment at this time.
Commissioner Mickelson?
I do have some questions and comments about this. First, some questions to staff. I wonder, well, I guess I should preface this by saying that as an architect and as a wheelchair rider myself, having done, many dozens of single-family custom showers for people with disabilities, I've heard a lot of comment and worked with people very closely on how to configure their showers. So I have a lot of opinions about this. for myself, and it's different for everybody, as staff pointed out. But for myself, I feel like the option of a 36 by 36 shower where the controls and the shower head are in front of you rather than to the side, spraying out into, you know, a 30-inch wide space, is better in a lot of ways for people who can transfer to a bench or a toilet. For the comment that staff had regarding alignment with 11B, I agree that whenever we can do that, it does make sense by default unless there are different types of uses between the two. And I think this is an instance where when you're living in a mobility unit full time, you might have a shower chair that's used in the shower, or an assistant who is there and helping every day. In transient lodging, which is what the focus of our discussion was last year for 11B, it's a very different situation. I know that people don't usually bring shower chairs with them when going to hotels and motels. There are some exceptions, but so I think that that aspect of the alignment discussion is not sort of absolute, I guess I'd say. FHA and the ADA do have it, and so I think that's an important point. And I think that there's validity to including it for California. But I was a little bit surprised that this went through what seemed like a very good vetting process by staff, going through both the focus group meeting and the CAC, not just going to the CAC. So I think that's good that that happened. So my question with all of that is, to what degree did the voluminous comments that we have here come up, that was a reduction in access during either the focus group or the CAC discussions?
Thank you, Commissioner Mickelson. I can say that the voluminous comments claiming that this shower option will be the only option that's used by builders, I don't see that that's something that we could analyze and opine on. I think that first of all, the comparison to a detached single-family custom home is another case, because we're talking about covered multifamily dwelling units. So recognizing that there are a lot more options in a custom-built home than there are in many covered multifamily dwelling units, we believe that this is not only a viable option and may be preferable to some users. We did not hear any substantial and significant comments that had supporting information to justify the opinion that this shower option would be the only one selected by builders and developers when building covered multifamily dwelling units. Many of the concerns were, as you pointed out, Commissioner, were relative to personal preferences rather than what building industry will do when given this option. We don't believe that the building industry will suddenly exclude all other options and solely use this for a number of reasons. Customer preferences may warrant other designs, and we have no reason to believe that the comments that we received are in any way representative of reality, because we haven't tried this yet in California. But we do believe, on looking at all the comments and trying to understand the nature of the comment and be able to evaluate and determine whether or not this has a negative impact. I think in one way, time will tell. It is a regulation, and we're trying to align with other standards, including the Division of State Architect. So we can only say at this point in time, most of the information available to us and most of the comments point us in the direction that we believe that this is the best option going forward for alignment with those other standards and the Division of State Architect. This can always be revisited in the future if it's determined that there are problems and unintended consequences as a result. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I would say from, and again, I like the shower, so I'm not arguing against that personally. But I would say just in response to that idea that we can't say whether this would be the sole shower used, my opinion, having done probably 1,000 units of affordable housing as well, more than that, is that most developers would, for at least in more urban areas, certainly would opt for the smaller footprint in order to be able to have a more efficient building. So I think that that aspect of the comments is probably not 100% true, maybe 2/3 or something. So what that led me to wonder is whether there were any discussions either with the focus group or the CAC in terms of providing this as a maximum percentage of showers, just as DSA has the matrix that we looked at last year that doesn't allow every shower to become this. If we're really trying to align, why don't we have percentages that acknowledge the what you just said, which is that people have different preferences?
Yeah, I think that's certainly something that could be done in future rulemaking. However, it wasn't part of the rulemaking before the commission today, and HCD did not enter into discussions with stakeholders regarding the concept of providing a ratio of a maximum number of 36-inch transfer showers.
And that didn't come up at all.
Not that I'm aware of. Brandon, do you have any information on that item?
I do not recall anything like that being in any of the public comments received.
Okay, I think that's all my questions at this moment. I may have more later. Thank you.
Commissioner Santillan?
I just have some follow-up questions to Commissioner Mickelton questions, and that is, I understand from your comments, Mr. Kraus, that this exists in the code already, and curious, why didn't it come up in the triennial cycle for HCD?
Because HCD didn't engage with stakeholders during the 2018 triennial cycle to consider amendment of the shower size.
And so it already exists in, you said, another section in other agencies, right?
Yes, which in Chapter 11B, promulgated by the state architect for units with mobility features.
And so from a timing perspective, I know we're down to, and this has come up in other issues, if it was the pleasure of the commission to recommend further study, would there be enough time for public comment?
For the current rulemaking cycle, no. It would have to go to future rulemaking activity to be considered.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sasaki?
Good morning. So I have comments and questions about
Can you turn
this.
your volume up a little bit?
How's that?
Better. Thank you.
Good. So, I looked at the four different options under the proposed 1134A.6. And So those 4 options have different sizes of shower stalls. The amendment is for a 36 by 36 inch shower stall. So that is, when I took a look at these, I was just simply looking at square feet of shower stall. All right, and the amendment is essentially 3 by 3 or 9 square feet. When I look at the other 3 options, they are larger square footages. 1.1 is 42 inches by 48 inches, which is 14 square feet. The other 2 options, 1.2 and 1.4, which are 30 inches by 60 inches, are 12.5 square feet. So when I take a look at the different options, clearly the new amendment, the 36 by 36, is by far the smallest square footage. Now, if I think about construction costs are all driven by square feet. If I have to construct a building, the less square footage, the less cost. So I would think a substantial driver for a developer is to obviously create cost-effective buildings. And part of that would be if I, as a builder, can reduce square footage, I can reduce costs. So I would think that the amendment for a smaller square footage for an accessible shower would be a substantial driver to a builder to choose that option. So that's more of a comment. I think the other thing, and I don't know, but Commissioner Mickelton probably can comment on this, is say, for example, I'm a builder or a developer and I choose this new option, the transfer shower. Can a person who, well, is the transfer shower usable by people who can't get out of their wheelchair? And that's a question. And if that's the case, then I would say I have substantial concerns about this, because if it's not usable by people who can't get out of their wheelchair, then it's not usable for a set of disabled people, wheelchair bound people. The other, so there's a concern. Then I look back at earlier code versions, and what I see is the existing language, which is currently in the 2019 codes, goes all the way back, well, goes to the 2016 code set, 2013 code set, and 2010 code set. It's exactly the same language. It's not until 2007 do we have a single option, which is the 42 by 48 inch shower stall. In 2007, they don't have those other 2 options. anyway, given all that, I can understand the concerns by the disability community that alignment aside from national standards, I can understand why they're concerned that this option is a reduction from the current existing standards. I also wonder if, in order to provide transfer shower requirements, whether or not transfer showers can simply be pulled out of this option list and instead put in a separate portion under the shower section that simply says transfer showers shall comply with X. Because I know there's a number of new amendments relating to not only the size of transfer showers, but other requirements like grab bars and things like that. So maybe I don't have a whole lot of questions, but those are my comments.
This is Commissioner Mickelton. I'm going to interject here because Kent, you were asking about the transfer shower usability by people in wheelchairs. The reality is that when people have a shower wheelchair, they transfer into the shower wheelchair that then goes into the shower. So nobody uses their, as far as I've ever encountered in 30 years of doing this work, nobody uses their regular day-to-day wheelchair in the shower. So there's always a transfer involved. Sometimes it's assisted. So there may be somebody out in the larger space of the room helping somebody to make that transfer, or the person may be doing it themselves, and it may be easier in the space of the room rather than into a confined 36-inch space. But you know, the other showers that you mentioned that have seats are, you know, transfer showers of a sort, but they also allow that option of a chair. And a chair is sometimes parked in the shower 100% of the time, but you've probably seen them. They sometimes have arms and the chair. And so people use those arms to make the transfer, whereas the flip down seats that we have in California don't have that. We have grab bars instead. So it gets into a lot of nuances, but I just kind of wanted to address that reality of transfer or not. So I don't believe that this allowance of a transfer shower makes it impossible for a large segment of people because people are transferring regardless. So that's one thing. And then your comment as well about the square footages, that is exactly my concern. And so we're talking here not about DSA public housing, but HCD. And I know that as much as I love all of my my private developer clients, I know that they would opt for the square footage. I mean, they take 6 inches out of a stair tower, you know, to our chagrin. Every square foot counts, and when you have, you know, 10 square feet in a stack of 3 showers, or you know, or more multiplied by the number of units, it's a significant amount. So anyway, those are just my add-on comments to answer some of yours.
Thanks, Eric. That's all I have.
Commissioner Alegre?
I have no comment.
Commissioner Stockwell?
I have no comments at this time. Thank you.
Is there any further follow-up discussion?
I have a quick question. This is Commissioner Klaus Berkner. So we approved this for the DSA. And I get it that we have in the conversation here, we have differences in use. Let's say somebody's living in an apartment, so they have transfer chairs for that type of use. Yet in other types of housing, they might not have that availability. Having said that, what were Commissioner Mickett, and since it's your area of expertise, do you remember what the conversations were when this came before us during the DSA code changes?
I haven't had a chance to look back at the commentary from that, but I was wondering that same thing. And in retrospect, I guess I'm a little surprised that there wasn't more discussion about this, frankly. When it came to us from DSA, I thought it was a good idea to provide that as an option for the reasons that I stated before, that the many people I've encountered working very carefully with individual disabilities of a great range have preferred a situation that's closer to, much closer to the 36 by 36 than the 30 by 60.
We do have DSA staff at this meeting today present. Sue Mo is attending, as well as Ida Claire. If you have any questions for DSA.
Actually, that's great, Kyle. I wonder, is it possible for us to, if DSA is available, to just get a little bit of background on the development process there and get a little more perspective on this?
I don't see Ida as being in here. So Sue Mo, did you want to make a comment on behalf of DSA?
Thank you, Undersecretary and Commissioners, Mrs. Susan Mo.
Sue, we're having a hard time hearing you. Can you?
Is that better?
A little bit.
Better?
You're hard to understand at the moment. Do you have another device next to?
What is that? Is that better?
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, this is Susan Mo, Senior Architect and Certified Access Specialist with the Division of the State Architect. And when we looked at the transfer type shower, we did quite a bit of public outreach. We went to the Access Code Collaborative as well as input during public meetings. And when we went to the Code Advisory Committee, they recommended that we narrowed the scoping just a bit, which we did. So for the various types of roll-in showers in Chapter 11B, where roll-in showers would be required, are transient lodging guest rooms and undergraduate student housing at a place of education. But if you were to look at the requirements for what would be considered public housing, the units with mobility features, you would have the option of using a bathtub, either of the two roll-in type showers, the alternate or the standard, or the transfer type showers. And what we heard from more than one user of a mobility device was that actually the transfer type shower worked much better for them because they could leave their wheelchair outside of the wet area of the shower or whatever other mobility device they were using. They could transfer into that 36 by 36 inch shower. And actually one user said she had a problem with shower compartments that were larger than that, because when she tried to reach to the controls of the shower, then what would happen, she actually had an incident where she slipped off the shower seat. The other thing that we looked at with the transfer type shower, you can actually turn on the water before you get into the shower compartment. And that also aligns with the requirements in the plumbing code. So that's what we did when we took a look at the requirements for the transfer type showers. And then as I said, we limited the scoping. So it's undergraduate student housing, transient lodging facilities where scoping is limited there. And then beyond that, say you have medical or correctional facilities, the transfer type showers wouldn't be allowed there. Or if you have common use toilet and bathing rooms, you wouldn't be allowed to use a transfer type shower there. So we didn't do it by percentage, but we limited the locations where you could use that type of shower. So if you have any other questions, if I can help, I'll be happy to do so.
Susan, I know you didn't have the percentages, but, and you were breaking up a little bit, so I'm not sure I caught every word of that, but didn't we have a table where it's like up to one of the transfer type can be used when X number are required to?
Yes, Commissioner Mickelton, there is a table, and that table can be found in the transient lodging scoping provision.
You're cutting out a lot. Can you?
Oh, is that better?
That's much better.
Okay, so that table is applicable to transient lodging guest rooms with mobility features. And then that table is also used for undergraduate student housing at a place of education. So that's where the table comes in, but that table does not apply to graduate student housing at a place of education. And it doesn't apply to public housing, the units with mobility features. So that's where the limitation comes in for the percentage of rooms that would be required to have a transfer type shower. And then actually the other locations, you could either use a bathtub or you could use a transfer type shower. Any other questions I can help with? Did that come across okay?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, any other follow-up discussion? All right, we will now begin taking public comments. If you wish to speak on this item, please put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you check the phone for commenters?
You have 6 questions remaining.
Yes, this is Bob Raymer representing the California Building Industry Association and the California Apartment Association. We strongly support HCD's amendments to Chapter 11A, including the proposed item number 5 related to transfer type shower stalls. For the past 2 decades, industry has strongly supported changes to California's access codes that align us with the federal standards issued by DOJ and HUD. The proposal that HCD brings before you today mirrors the language issued by the Federal Department of Justice in September of 2010. And just as important, the HCD proposal for transfer type showers aligns us with the language already adopted and implemented by the Division of the State Architect for Public Housing. I have reviewed the written submittals in opposition to this proposal, and I must respectfully disagree with the assertion that builders will use only this design as the preferred method of compliance in the future. That is simply not the case. As HCD points out in the final statement of reasons, this design option, which is already allowed by DOJ and DSA, is a compliance option, with emphasis on the word option. Our designers do not design the apartment or condominium unit around a compartment shower. There are hundreds and hundreds of design considerations that go into the design of the multifamily dwelling unit, and the bathing facilities are simply one of many considerations. More importantly, as mentioned earlier, this design option is already allowed for a decade at the federal level, and I can assure you industry has not rushed into its exclusive use. That simply did not happen. Lastly, the legislature and the last 2 governors have repeatedly supported and urged alignment between the federal and state accessibility regulations for a host of reasons. HCD's proposal does just that. So once again, industry supports this HCD proposal. And if you have any other questions, I'll be on the line ready to relate to them. Thank you.
You have 10 questions remaining. Hello, this is Dara Scher from DISA Senior Council of Disability Rights California. Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners, for the opportunity to comment on this issue. I'm also a member of DSA's Access Collaborative. We strongly oppose this change, as noted in our written submission, because it reduces accessibility. And as I'll discuss a little further, and it is a unlawful reduction of accessibility under Government Code Section 12955.1 C and E. C prohibits future amendments, and it was effective in 2001, prohibits amendments that diminish accessibility requirements of the existing codes, even if they comply with federal law. So that reason alone makes this unlawful. I urge each of you to look at the photos that Connie Arnold submitted with her May 18th, 2020 comments, or alternatively, draw a 36 by 36 inch square around your chair. You'll see that this size shower does not provide meaningful accessibility for a great number of people. It is difficult to transfer into this space, as Commissioner Mickelson noted. If you're used to using a shower chair with arms and other features that support you more fully, you can't get it into this space, and it's difficult to transfer. If you are a very large person, it's very difficult, even if you get into the space, to effectively maneuver and shower. And if you need an aid in the shower, it is impossible. Some users appropriately prefer a different type of shower, and we think it is important to consider options for people who prefer transfer showers. But preference is different than absolute exclusion, and this shower type, which I think, despite the comments of the building industry, is very likely to become the default in most instances, is not usable by a great number of folks. I urge you to consider what Commissioners Mickelson and Saki said about size and the cost of building. There are many options that we could add to showers that would make them work better, both for people who need a larger shower and for users who have more mobility and prefer a transfer type shower. If we look closely at items such as the door, the bench, where the hardware is, where the controls are. I think there was a lack of any comparison of other transfer showers that might have provided these options without excluding people with disabilities. And I urge you to reject this or send it back for further study. Those kinds of alternatives should be considered before using a very small shower that really does not work for a very large number of people. I also want to say that I think the comparisons to DSA's requirements are inappropriate here. In DSA's mobility units, and remember in Chapter 11B, you have to have at least 5% mobility units. These kind of showers are not permitted. They're not compliant with the ADA. So there are much larger and more effective shower options in DSA's public housing. As Ms. Moe noted, these small transfer showers were allowed primarily in certain types of housing, such as hotels, transient lodging, and some academic settings. And my recollection is that in many of those instances, those facilities also require a roll-in shower, but allow you to allow some number of showers to be transfer showers. In any event, they certainly don't apply to the mobility units in public housing. So to the extent these units exist under the Chapter 11B, they are not in housing, general housing. And we absolutely need more accessible in the private market housing stock because there is nowhere near enough affordable housing for people with disabilities, and many of them live in the private market. This is definitely a reduction in access from options that have existed for many, many years in California. It was not adequately studied. It does reduce or diminish existing accessibility despite the requirement that such reductions not occur. And I would urge you to, at a minimum, send it back for further study, but at most, we really would like you to do is just reject it outright. This is not a reasonable option. There are many other options available with appropriate study that can be designed to serve more users without cutting off access for some. Thank you very much for considering our comments.
You have 9 questions remaining.
Hello, my name is Tim Timish. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, you're there.
Hello?
We can hear you, sir. Go ahead.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I'm Tim Timish. I'm a civil rights attorney. I've been practicing for 30 years, almost exclusively in the area of disabled rights. I'm a member of CODAP. You're familiar with that. That's a large organization of professionals, and we typically interface with a much larger group of the community. One of the past submissions, we had 152 signatures, not this, but something else. So we do try to express a voice for a wide number of individuals. I'm here to address not only the transfer shower, but also the public housing definition. I don't want to repeat myself when we get to 11B.
Mr. Timish, Mr. Timish, I'll ask you to confine your comments to the public shower issue. We will be taking up the public housing definition under another item. And for the purpose of time and getting through this item, I'd ask you to confine your comments. Thank you.
Good, that's exactly what I would suggest, that maybe that would be passed over and handled separately, particularly under 11B. I think that's really DSA's jurisdiction. That's more appropriate to hear that proposal from them rather than, anyway, and all that, let's talk about the shower. The transfer shower, I did write public comments on this. I have a letter dated May 18th. I'm sure DSA can provide it to you. It's a 6 or 7 page letter. I'm going to be going through the headings on that. I would echo Mr. Sasaki's comments and Mrs. Scher's about usability. I think that they adequately covered it. I do have a few other comments, but mostly I want to go through how HCD originally submitted this as it granting better access to controls and later changed it to other motives. So I think it's arbitrary and capricious in that sense. And that was particularly after we showed that the transfer provides less access to controls. It requires a greater reach. I'm going to go through how this does not cause alignment of the codes, how 11A and 11B will now be different. That's something that was being discussed earlier with Mr. Mickelton. I last want to address why it should be rejected because of the lack of empirical evidence and because it has not provided enough detail as to what's going to be required for a transfer shower. Something that's covered much more significantly in 11B, but which is not adopted and dragged over to 11A. Instead, they try to work out their own unartful language. In the end, I'm going to ask, after going through these, that this proposal be rejected and sent back so that it can be done correctly and with the input from the community at the front instead of at the back. Going back to my first point, which is that the transfer shower is less accessible. And both the standard and alternate controls are placed on the wall immediately to the side of the seat. You do not reach across the space to access your control. That's really important because, and I hear this from users, is they, some of them don't have two hands or capability in two hands, and they can't be dedicating a hand to balance. That leads towards bathing with one hand. And so that's why the building standards rather thoughtfully put the controls on the side wall. Your body is balanced. You don't have to hold on to the grab bar. You just reach the controls on the side wall. In contrast, the transfer shower requires reaching across the space. Now you're engaging balance. Now you're washing with one hand, and also trying to juggle holding the shower wand. It's just not an ideal design. Echoing Mr. Mickelton's comments about how probably 2/3 of the builders are going to take this cheaper design. That makes a lot of sense. It's a reduced square footage, and the code is designed, or the building standards designs the code to grant certainty that things will be billed in specific percentages to accomplish access for a wide number of user groups. You do that through scoping. Here, unlike 11B, transfer showers are not scoped separately. They're classified as among showers. When we suggested that they should change scoping, like they did in 11B, to ensure that you'd get both transfers and or tubs with roll-ins, they said, no, we're just going to leave it as is. And I urge you to look at their comments where they respond to this criticism. They just said, we disagree. They just kind of fluff it off, and we don't think builders will react that way. Well, again, your code is designed to scope. Now, in 11B, when we changed 11B, there was massive pushback against transfer showers. The balance that was struck was that transfer showers could replace tubs, but only tubs. Roll-ins were scoped separately, so you were assured that you still got roll-ins. So enough said. Water rises to the level of least resistance. The same will be said for expense. The commission is not going to accomplish scoping unless the classification of transfer showers as in 11B is changed to replace tubs, scoped with tubs instead of with showers. The other thing I wanted to address was, I've addressed controls. There was no empirical evidence put forth as to how this is more accessible. We just got kind of glib comments that they've heard from disability users and they're more accessible. But again, persons with crutches can also use tubs, and that is not always true for wheelchair users. So it's just essential that we have the California option. It's more thoughtful, it provides greater access, and this will eliminate that. And the last thing I make, the last comment I make in my letter, if you can dig that up, is that there's no, Chapter 11A doesn't provide a diagram for their transfer. It doesn't provide useful guidance as to how this is to be configured. It doesn't adopt 11B. It doesn't adopt anything from ADAG. It tries to work out its own definition. And you see that enough time wasn't put into it because it says things like controls shall be installed on a sidewall opposite future seat location. The future seat, nobody knows what that means. They simply say that it's going to be 36 by 36. Doesn't describe what's the side wall or the bench wall. You don't have enough there to tell you how to design it. I guess they thought people would go out and grab the definitions that are transferred from some other part of the code. But again, the code is about certainty and not hoping that people will do the right thing. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
You have 8 questions remaining.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
You're on, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Lori Jones. I'm not formally representing anyone. I'm a senior citizen, not mobility limited myself. And I'm a student at American River College, and I worked in building inspection for about 15 years. And the classes I've had in accessibility codes had a wheelchair turnaround radius of 60 inches. And so I see how this one can accomplish that. I've never heard of a developer opting to do a larger bathroom that is not equalized. And they said they had heard me not comply with federal, and I would posit that under the current unmentionable national administration, I certainly wouldn't trust any standards that they developed to be not profit driven and just for the benefit of the disabled community. So I would urge that you not accept this change, and at the very least put it in as a ratio so that some other size would be required at some point. And that's it. Thank you.
You have 7 questions remaining.
Hi, my name is Erin Watkins. I am the community organizer with Community Resources for Independent Living located here in Hayward. I represent nearly 2,000 individuals with disabilities who exist on the low to extremely low income group. I have heard many arguments against and for this, and I would like to say that the representative of DRC has said almost everything I was going to say, fact by fact, the same facts. And I would just like to add that we have about 2,000 individuals that I've spoken to directly over the past 6 months regarding these types of issues that have said that any shower that is not either a bathtub or a roll-in shower are not accessible to them as they're extremely low income and only have one type of chair that they can use. So I would just like you guys to send us back for further comments, for further research, and I would like to have the opportunity to bring the disability community to the forefront of this discussion and have their opinions, their thoughts, and their wishes followed, rather than having it led by a building commission or commercial builders. Thanks so much.
You have 6 questions remaining.
Before we get to the next, I apologize, this is Commissioner Klaas-Bruckner. Before we get to the next caller, is there a way to be able to hear better the commenters? I can hear them, but it's a lot, it takes a lot of strain. If people on the phone can pick up the phone rather than be on speaker in any way, I would greatly appreciate it. We can all hear that way, everybody better.
And to follow up on that, if the callers can use a headset, that's always better quality than using the phone itself. Thank you.
This is Holly-Ann. Am I on?
Yes, ma'am. Tell her to speak up.
Okay, great.
Can you speak a little louder?
Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. Is this loud enough?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is such an important issue, and I would really like to support the comments of those who are concerned about the issue that the transfer shower does not accommodate everyone. As the representative from HCD said, it's for those who could stand. Well, obviously, that leaves out a lot of people who cannot stand. So there is no reason not to come up with a design that's usable by everyone. That you would even go as an option to a design that from the very beginning is obvious to you and to everyone making this decision that only people who can stand would be able to bathe in their home. That's very troubling that we would arrive at this conclusion that that would be acceptable when, of course, with today's technology, with our understanding of human constructs, we can come up with a shower design that accommodates everyone. And I understand Mr. Mickaden has a great deal of expertise, but he is not the only one with expertise and experience. For example, I've known people that use a roll-in shower, they're independent, they use a power chair, and they roll into their roll-in shower compartment and throw a plastic covering over their wheelchair after they transfer to the shower seat. So it's just not true that the roll-in shower is limiting. And we're all talking about our own personal experience, and that is something that is wrong with the whole process. I understand that this was approved at DSA's level because of the input of two people who use wheelchairs on their collaborative, speaking from their own personal experience, that they could use a transfer shower. That is not how code should be developed. It should be developed with thorough, steady input from as many as possible. And so what we've got is a bit of a broken system here. We're not getting enough input before we come to these conclusions that are obviously damaging to a lot of people who cannot stand. I would really like to emphasize what Ms. Scher said about what we need to design, not for preference, and certainly not for exclusion. We don't get to exclude people because some people prefer another design.
And
as Tim said,
I apologize for interrupting. Your voice got quieter again. If you could raise your voice a little bit and also speak a little slower for the captioner, please.
Yes, I thank you for reminding me of that. I really appreciate it, and I will slow down. I'd like to restate what I just said about how cleverly Ms. Scher expressed it, that we can't design for preference, but we need to design for inclusion. And we also need to design with obvious incentive to do the right thing. Now, there will be some builders who may consider that a rolling shower would be better for most people, or at least for those who cannot stand. But there's no clarity about that choice in the code, in the proposed code. The only choice it seems to be offering is to build a cheaper shower because it's fewer square feet. That's the choice that's being offered. It's not offering a choice that, okay, you can build a shower for people that can stand, or you can build a shower for people who cannot stand. That's not stated in the code. That's not the option offered, but that is in reality what is being offered to builders, and that's that they can save money. But the reality is the amount they can save is negligible at such great expense and such harm to people with disabilities who cannot stand. So I did the math. It's the difference between the smallest roll-in shower and the 36 by 36 shower. It's 5 square feet. Now you cannot count in that 5 square feet the fees and permit cost and the electrical and the plumbing and all the other goes around with it. for the general square footage because this is only additional square footage. So you're looking at a very negligible amount of money that these builders would be saving. Well, they're glad to save money, but they don't know at what cost they would be saving money. And it's such a peddling amount that I'm sure if they were fully informed that the housing they're building will not allow people who cannot stand to take a shower or to bathe, I think many of them would choose to go ahead and spend that negligible amount. But you're not giving them that opportunity with this code change to make an informed decision. What we need is something we don't really have, and that is an opportunity for people with disabilities to provide input at the very beginning of the process. When staff at HCD or DSA is sitting around talking about code changes, mostly in response to pressure from highly paid lobbyists. And you have to remember people with disabilities do not have a lobbying presence there in Sacramento. We don't have anybody who's well paid to represent our interests. It's only us volunteers who spend hours and hours of our time because we care about the whole community. I'm not going to talk about my shower experience. That doesn't relate to anything. If I'm in a study group and I need to tell you how it works for me, okay, but not here in this arena. I'm not going to tell you that a shower is okay for me, one way or another, transfer or roll in. That's irrelevant. What we need to do is find out from the whole community, as many representatives as possible, with mock-ups and trying it out and meetings in different parts of the state, and to get input from it about what is the best shower design that accommodates everyone. That we have an option here to not allow people who cannot stand to take a bath in their own home is just really obscene, and it portrays the process, which is not adequate in any way, shape, or form. We have a process whereby people, and a few people on that committee, maybe somewhere, get to decide that people who can't stand won't be able to bathe in their home. That's obviously wrong. And the obvious answer is that we go back and do it right. Get input from everyone. Come up with a design that can accommodate everyone. And that is possible, and we all know it is possible. And what's really ironic, as Tim pointed out, the very first time HCD came out with this proposal, they said it was because one person said they couldn't reach the controls in the roll-in showers. But if you look at the diagram for the 36 by 36, as Tim explained, the controls are even further away than they are in the roll-in shower. So HCD stopped using that argument. They just dropped it because it was obviously an inadequate and misleading explanation for their code change. So the whole process is suspect. It's suspect because you ended up with a code change that excludes people who can't stand, and you provide it as an option. And the builders don't even understand that these options that they have a choice to choose from exclude people who cannot stand. They don't know that. It's not set in the code. They just know they want to build as much house for as little money as possible. And you don't even explain to them how the negligible amount they would be saving actually damages, abuses people with disabilities. So I'm asking representatives of the all various types of disabilities, as hearing impaired, visually impaired, cognitively impaired, mobility impaired, and other disabilities, so that we have a full representation of the disability community being involved as they develop standards that impact the lives of people with disabilities. That's number one. That's the number one job of HCD, is to impact statements from those who have to live with their code changes. It's just unconscionable that we've arrived this far and not been heard. And we provided a lot of comments during the 45-day comment period, and they were just ignored. So what does that tell you? It tells you that HCD has been so heavily lobbied by the building industries that they only can hear the building industry side of it, who want a cheaper shower option. Because if they weren't listening so heavily to the building industry, California Building Owners and Managers Association, California Building Industry Association, California Housing, et cetera, if they weren't listening so well to those people, why would they ever have come up with an option which, by their own words today, say that only people who can stand can use it? So you see, commissioners, you need to not only disapprove this item or send it back to further study, you need to direct HCD to come up with an equitable process that involves people with disabilities and the development of access standards. Thank you very much for your time.
You have 5 questions remaining.
Hello, my name is Eugene Lozano. I'm representing the California Council of the Blind. As a side note, I am a member of the DSA Access Code Collaborative and also the Building Standards Commission's Access Advisory Committee, which I'm not representing either one of them, but my position while serving on this item, but also when it was brought up under DSA in the last code cycle, that I could not support it. I minimally supported it being sent back for further study, and I still feel that this should be done. As I don't want to repeat what has been said, particularly from the representative from Disability Rights California, but I feel that it needs further study and a real entity, a body that is convened, a task force that is focused on actual scientific research, that we get objective information on the feasibility of a 36 by inch shower stall. I recognize that there are federal regulations that have asked for this or do have this, but this has been an item, this stall design has for decades been opposed by members of the disability community for a variety of reasons, which have been brought up by previous speakers. We need, rather than just anecdotal reports from either side, we need to have some current research, especially in light of how the population of disabilities is changed as a result of modern medical breakthroughs, greater survival rates, particularly from those who have acquired their injuries through active duty in the military, which has changed a lot of the profile of disabled users who need these showers that are accessible from past times. During the comment periods, we did hear those who preferred
to use the 36 by 36 inch showers, when asked, when it came to usability, whether they could use in the roll showers, they said they could. Where on the other hand, those who needed to use the roll shower could not find any way of explaining how they could use a smaller shower, particularly if they were a quadriplegic and needed somebody, a personal care attendant, to be physically right there helping them with the showering process, where there was totally inadequate space for two individuals to occupy the space. We really need to have regulations fully studied based on scientific research. So I really feel a body should be, a task force should be established. And with HCD and DSA being, of course, being the lead entities in this, and bringing in researchers to do really study, and members of the disability community, and even those who are seniors with functional limitations, and those individuals who are, quote, small people. Thank you for your consideration for minimally sending this back for further study, or preferably in opposition. Thank you.
You have 4 questions remaining.
Hi, my name is Engracia Figueroa, and I'm with CalLife down in LA, Communities Actively Living Independent Free.
Ma'am, can you slow down a little bit for the captioner? Can you talk a little slower, please?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi. Okay. My name is Engracia Figueroa, or maybe I should spell that. ENGRACIA FIGUEROA. And I'm with CalLife, Communities Actively Living Independent and Free. And we're from downtown LA. And I actually was a client a long time ago of, I think it was Cleo and Hayward, back when I lived in San Leandro. And so I've been on the other end, and now I'm on the board of the Fresh Sisters CalLife, but I implore you, as the human and the quadriplegic that he just spoke of, and the person that would love to take a shower in her apartment, but 36 by 36 would just be too small, because I need help, but I'm a very independent person, and if there was a greater space or a way to create a design for me, I know a little person who would love to have a better space. There needs to be a human idea, a task force. Please put CalLife involved in that as well. I want to keep it slow for the captioner.
Thank you.
But please bring it back to, do not pass this, bring it back. Create a task force, a research team, involve the whole state. You know, there are enough ILCs and everything there. No, please bring it back. It is not going to work like that. It can't. 36 by 36 is a box, and that's just not going to fit. And there needs to be certain things for other disabilities. They need to be considerate of that. Different areas of buildings code, it needs to be completely changed all the way around, because that is an old archaic idea. I have a tub that I can't get in right now with a beautiful new chair in there, everything else, but it's still inaccessible of the way to turn in there, because I understand square footage means dollars. It doesn't mean, you know, just the feat of helping me have an extra person in there to sit personally and easy. So, and another person, it's a different idea. So, and it's a different world, because anybody can get stricken with anything COVID right now and be incapacitated and need the help to get somewhere. So you could be walking one moment and not the next. So keep that in mind, because the world is changing before your eyes as well as it is mine. So I already need that accessibility. So if you keep in mind the idea of universal design and bring it back with the whole research team and get all these different IOCs and groups involved and people from various disabilities, we'll be able to create something within the right price span for you guys as well, but something that's livable. And that's all I need to say.
Thank you. Before we move on to the next
And I
person.
look forward to hearing from all these different folks. Let's contact each other.
Thank you for your comments. Before we move on to the next commenter, we were hoping to take a break every 90 minutes, and I know we've got about 3 people left on the phone. We take that break so our closed captioner can get a break from all of this typing. So I'd like to ask the next 3 people on the phone to please, give your comments, but don't repeat anything that may have already been said. Keep them as concise as possible so that we can squeeze a break in here for the captioner. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
All right, thank you, guys.
You have 3 questions remaining.
Hi, my name is Jack Carnesi. I would actually appreciate a break in the interest of helping the closed captioner. Could we take a couple minutes so they could, their fingers don't hurt so much?
I think what we're going to do is finish up the commenters on the phone, take a break, and then when we come back, we'll be able to go back to the commissioners. So why don't we go ahead and finish up the commenters, and then we'll take our break. Thank you, sir.
Okay. The staff here has not mentioned again that if anyone is listening to this call and wants to participate, please press 1 and 0 to be included. Was not made super clear. This process has been very difficult to be a part of, and the codes, learning about this has been very complicated. It's almost like you have to be a lawyer to even understand what's going on with all of this. The website doesn't even say disability, it says Title 24 and goes into a bunch of legal jargon. And the only reason I'm here today is because of the extremely, really hardworking efforts of people with disabilities and seniors who are severely disabled, trying to let the public know these meetings are happening and that changes are being made to affect our lives. My name is Zach Carnesi. I'm a disability advocate and community organizer and wheelchair user based in San Francisco. I publish publicly videos. I'm a journalist and I publish videos on YouTube around disability access and things of this nature. So I'm very interested in what's happening here today, and you can find my videos on YouTube by searching San Francisco disability rights, ADA, those kind of keywords. I'm very concerned that during the month of July 2020, this is the 30th anniversary of the American with Disabilities Act. It should be a time of celebration for our community, through the civil rights that we have fought so hard for and the access that we have fought so hard for. It's heartbreaking to see that access being rolled back, being removed, and our human right to shower and to bathe ourselves is being challenged by the legislature. Many people have spoken up and made many good points. As Eric Mickelton said, every square foot counts and footage is money. And any disabled person will tell you that businesses, restaurants, housing, the construction companies and owners routinely do the bare minimum because disability access costs money. And unfortunately, not everyone has the biggest heart to care about our needs. And I'm hoping that you all here today can listen to your heart and care about our needs and our access. The things that Kyle Kraus said were really hard to hear, saying things like, this may be preferable to those with a wheelchair who can stand up. How many people who use a wheelchair can stand up and take a shower? I mean, it's a strange thing to say about a building code like this. He also said today that he did not hear substantial and significant comments from the disabled community, which I think is a really unfair thing. He also said that we have no reason to believe the comments received are any representation of reality. I mean, these were actually said by HCD here today. Disabled people have gone to great lengths to provide extremely detailed documents and pictures, especially Connie Arnold, who was recommended earlier to look at her documents and her pictures. We've gone to great lengths to document in high detail of the challenges that this would pose to us. And to say that that has no representation in reality, it's a really hurtful thing to hear. I want to thank Kent Suzaki and Ms. Scher for really listening to the disabled community and what our needs are here and how these are not being listened to by some people and or taken into account or given the weight that it deserves. I'm hoping that people here can do the right thing. And I want to say that, you know, want to respond to one of the comments by Kyle Krause and some others maybe that, you know, the bare minimum on the national level is this code. Well, one of the things that makes California a great state is that it has been a leader on the national scale. And we've seen that with COVID, when the national government said, don't take this thing that seriously, kind of like the flu, not a big deal. California stepped up. Governor Newsom stepped up and he said, that's not true. We need to close things down. We need to take this thing seriously. And California was in news headlines all over the world as a great leader. And it makes me proud to be in California as a state that leads the charge on human rights. And to reduce California to a follower status of the national bare minimum is an insult to this great state. It's a total insult to California. California has led the charge on so many issues, especially on civil rights.
Mr. Cardenas, excuse me.
Yes.
Do you have a comment specific to the 36 by 36 shower? We appreciate you concurring with the other speakers.
Yes, this is all part of my comment. I use a wheelchair. I'm a disability advocate and community organizer. I speak with people with disabilities regularly in my community, and no one has said that this would be beneficial for them. I would not be able to use a shower were it made in this way, and I need to bathe just like everyone else. The buildings that are made are not specifically always made to a specific person, right? Buildings can outlive people. They can be sold or rented. So if a building is made to the bare minimum, which it will very likely be if this passes, because that saves some money. I wouldn't say it's a lot of money, but it would save some dollars, you know, in the pockets of construction people. And unfortunately, not everyone cares about our access more than those dollars. But if that were to happen, then I wouldn't be able to bathe, right? I could go to a hotel and not even be able to bathe. I mean, bathing is a human right. The right to access safe sanitation is a human right. And especially more important in this climate of a virus that is highly contagious and affecting the world on a pandemic scale. Having our access to showers doesn't just help us, it helps everyone. Because sanitation has never been more important than it is right now during the COVID pandemic. I want to thank you all for listening to my comments, and I want to again thank Kent Suzaki and Ms. Scher and the others that have spoken up today in respect and help of the disabled community. Again, my name is Zach Carnazes, Karnazes, and I look forward to hearing from fellow disabled people that care about the showers issues that's brought up here today And again, if anyone on the call wants to speak, please press 1 and 0 so you can be in the queue. Thank you.
You have 2 questions remaining.
Good morning. My name is Richard Scaff. I'm the Executive Director of Designing a 501c3 nonprofit organization, Designing Accessible Communities. I am also a member of your Access Advisory Committee. Interestingly enough, after 40 years of applying, for some reason I was a year and a half ago made a member. The problem we have is that at the advisory committee meeting where this shower was discussed, I had a family issue and was not able to physically be at the site. My wife was going through chemo for lymphoma, and I was unable to be at the meeting site to be able to not only comment, but actually vote. If I had been at the meeting physically, I would have opposed the 36 by 36 inch proposal for a shower by H&CD. I opposed it when DSA brought it before the Building Standards Commission, along with a group of representatives of people with disabilities and vulnerable seniors in the state of California. You know, I think the first thing I want to say is you are sitting on a commission as commissioners. And by the way, I want to thank Ken Sasaki and Eric for both of their comments as professionals in the industry. They spoke very clearly and eloquently about the issues that we are facing with it. We are in the last, I'd say, 7 to 8 years during Mr. Whittam's reign as state architect and with the existing staff from HCD, what we have seen coming to your commission are threats to the rights of people with disabilities and their ability to access and function in the built environment. I spent 15 years, I created 3 positions with the city of San Francisco, 15 years with the city as a chief building inspector, ADA coordinator for public works, and the deputy director of the mayor's office on disability. In those 15 years, I also sat as a member of 3 advisory committees built to the U.S. Access Board, and was on up until Whittam as the state architect. I was on every single state architect's advisory committees. I was on the HCD's advisory committees. What in the last 8 years or so has happened is the very clear change in direction of the 5 code writing agencies bringing proposed code language changes to the Building Standards Commission. And the change has been that the mandate each of those 5 code writing agencies have, and the California Building Standards Commission has, is to create building code that will protect people with disabilities and ensure that they have access to the building environment.
Mr. Scaff, I hate to interrupt you.
What we have seen is a substantial reduction.
Richard,
Mr. Scaff, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Please remember that the closed captioner is trying to capture everything that you're saying. So we want to not only speak a little bit more slowly, but I'd also ask you to limit your comments to the 36 by 36 shower issue. We're trying to push through a break, and we have 1 commenter left after you. So if you could be concise with your comments, I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. I will try to do that. And by the way, that was something else I was going to speak to. I am watching on screen the procedure at the Building Standards Commission site, as well as all the off-site locations where the commissioners are located. What is happening is there is no sign language, and the captioner is not captioning for whatever reason. And this is not said to attack the captioner, but the captioning is not working adequately and is not visible with the language being, with the statements being made all the time. So you don't have a truly accessible event happening today. As far as the 36 by 36 inch shower, I will not go into the details that were brought before. I will only say that a 36 by 36 inch shower is removing access from people with disabilities. And in fact, it is a proposed code change that was brought forward by industry because it reduces square footage. That can be both a cost savings if they decide to use the 36 by 36 inch shower. It will also provide more space for other areas within a unit. It specifically will exclude a substantial number of people with disabilities in the state of California. And the two advisory committees, both State Architect and HCD, had come to their conclusions based on anecdotal information. They have not based the designs on analyzing the users of showers that have disabilities and the broad brush number of types of disabling conditions people have that would not allow them to use a 36 by 36 inch shower. I want to support what Ms. Schur said, what Ms. Doyle said, Mr. Timish said. I also want to support the fact that it will not allow for the use of an attendant. There is not adequate space. Doing a side transfer into that space is only for those of us that have a great amount of upper body strength and balance. So I would ask that this item be sent back for further study. I would prefer that it would be voted opposed, but most importantly, I would ask this commission and you, Madam Chairman, that the commission direct the 5 code writing agencies to not create code that is going to reduce physical access for people with disabilities in a built environment. And that's what's happening today. Thank you.
You have one question remaining.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Great, thank you. Thank you. My name is Susan, and my statements are very brief. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I live here in Sonoma County, and I just want to say that being disabled, I could not utilize the shower. I am a very petite woman in a very petite wheelchair. I use a child's wheelchair, and this would not be possible. I'd like to also comment that any of my immediate friends and friends in my larger community that are disabled also could not utilize this wheelchair. And most importantly, I'd like to point out as a disabled person, I also don't know anyone that utilized the transfer chair that brings them into their shower. There simply isn't space in our homes to store them or to utilize them in this way. And most importantly, those of us who struggle with pressure sores avoid additional transfers for fear of harming ourselves. So most people transfer directly, which is a very important thing to know. And most importantly, I do thank you for reconsidering this and utilizing people who are disabled with a range of disabilities, particularly those that cannot stand, as part of your task force to make the distinction between what is ideal in an intellectual response to what is real and what can be utilized. I really thank you for reconsidering this. This would be so significant, and at a time when we are having to consider all lives and all inclusion, anything that does not include everyone is discriminatory. And I really, really hope that you all think about this. Thank you again for your time and consideration of this matter today and taking our comments. It is greatly appreciated. Thank you very much.
You have 0 questions remaining.
All right, thank you all for your comments. They were greatly appreciated. Thank you for your patience of waiting on the phone in order to be able to make your comments. We are going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break. Take a 10-minute break right now. It's 10:49. We will come back at 11 o'clock. And that is it. Thank you. Hey, Sue, Mo? You're on mute.
Okay, how's that?
Hey, we're not back on the meeting yet, but Sue, I don't know if there's a way we can work on your audio a little bit, because I know you're going to be providing public testimony or the overview of the public housing definition.
Okay. Is this better?
No, see, I'm not sure what's happening, Sue, but we can't hear you very well at all. Is it possible for you just to call in and give your public, well, no, because then we have to queue you in. She can't call in. She can call into the Zoom. The Zoom has a call-in option. There's a phone number for Zoom. Let me.
Susan, do you have a headset or a, no? Yeah, because your audio is breaking up. It's like your computer mic is detecting other background noise and cutting it out to do noise canceling. That's the sound that we're getting.
I've got my cell phone close by. I wonder if I move my cell phone.
Well, are you on your cell phone and?
No.
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 So is there, hang on a second here. Let me work with Barbara.
Yeah.
Barbara,
Okay.
is there a way for Sue Mo to call in on the Zoom line so she could just provide her overview on the phone?
I did not set up a phone line with this.
But when you do a Zoom invite, it automatically gives you, it should.
Well, you have options to eliminate that, and I did.
Oh, got it.
Because on the YouTube platform, you can't.
And we're unmuted, so.
Yeah. On the YouTube platform, you can't see anybody that doesn't have.
Give us a couple minutes to sort this out, and we're going to mute ourselves for a minute. But Sue, please stand by, and we'll see what we can figure out, okay?
Sue, can you hear me? This is Kyle.
Yes, I can. Perfect.
Maybe try turning your video off and then speaking closely to the microphone on the computer.
Okay, how's that?
Try it one more time.
No.
No, it's still the same.
Let me try one other thing.
Hey, Sue.
Yeah.
The other option our staff has suggested is that you use the Zoom app on your phone and talk into the phone as opposed on your cell phone, as opposed to trying it through the computer. That might work better.
Okay, I'll give that a try.
Okay, we'll stand by, test real quick, okay?
Okay.
Sue, that's what I'm doing, and it works really well, especially if you put the headset on the phone.
Okay, let's see.
can't hear you, Sue.
Oh.
Now we can. Try again.
Okay, does that work?
No, it's gonna cut out.
Okay, so hey, Ada, can you text me the link that you use on your phone?
It's the same link that you use to get into the meeting.
Oh, okay, I can do that. Just a second then.
Yeah, just through your phone maybe.
Okay, I can do that.
She must not have been a part of that early set.
She was.
Different system maybe.
Well, she's in that little cubby space. Her room is not very big where she's at. I'm just wondering, but I think it's mainly her computer, maybe an older computer. That's what I'm thinking.
Hey, Sue, is it gonna work? Because we want to start, go ahead, sorry.
I just sent myself a link, so I should be getting it in a second and log in as soon as I email that myself. So yeah, as soon as I get the link, I'll log in with my phone and give that a try.
Okay, because we're gonna resume the meeting, but knowing that we're gonna be coming back to HCD's package and you're gonna be assisting with the public housing definition. So we just wanted to make sure you were getting close to ready. Okay, all right, let me turn our video back on.
And
All right.
I've unmuted that.
Okay, all right, we're back up. All right, we're going to resume our meeting now. We're going to turn to BSC staff and see if there were any written comments submitted prior to the meeting regarding item 5.
Thank you. This is Mike with Building Standards Commission. We did receive about 20 comments with similar tone or similar note related to 1134A.6 transfer showers. And briefly, the commenters, we summarize their comments in the following. If building industry is given an option to choose, they will choose the cheaper, smaller option. This 36-inch by 36-inch shower size discriminates against people with disabilities, especially with grab bar and seating installation. The logistics involved using wheelchair mobility aids, body size, chair size, transfer, and shower assistance is not accommodating. Many commenters suggest people with disabilities should be part of the development of the code. Create a work group of people who are disabled. That's the end of the comment.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. Prior to turning it back over to the commissioners, we have gotten a request from Housing and Community Development, so I'm going to ask Kyle Kraus to speak to the commissioners again.
Good morning, Madam Undersecretary and Commissioners. First, I'd like to really thank the Commission for the discussion on this item and some of the public commenters on the telephone that provided what I think is additional information. So whereas HCD, really designs or desires to align with national standards and guidelines and have one set of building standards that are applicable to dwelling units, there has been additional information based on the discussion between the commissioners and the public testimony. And I think at this point, HCD may have gotten this wrong. And HCD would like to requestfully request to withdraw this item at this hearing at this time and look at this issue more carefully in future rulemaking activity. HCD does not want to reduce access. We deeply care about the accessibility needs of everybody. And building industry didn't ask us to do this on their behalf. Let me make that very clear. This is something where we were simply trying to propose building standards to align where possible and provide the same set of rules to builders and code users. But clearly, this issue is not resolved. So HCD requests withdraw.
Thank you. The commission will withdraw this one. This does not require any action on the part of the commissioners, so we will move on to our next item.
Before we move on, I want to, this is Commissioner Sasaki. I want to thank HCD and Kyle. I think this is really a really important issue, one that should be thought about closely because it can affect a lot of people. I have a cousin who's been a paraplegic for more than 20 years. I see her infrequently at Christmas time and Thanksgiving. She has, I help her with her chair. Her chair is very large. And, it didn't hit me until listening to some of these folks that, my goodness, Kent, you have a personal connection with this. I doubt my cousin, Annie, could use the 36 by 36 inch shower. And I don't think if she knew about this, she would be happy about it. Whether I could, honestly say, oh yes, we were doing things, for the good of the public. So I guess it hit me very personally. And so I thank you guys for withdrawing it and further considering it, further studying it, because I think that's the right thing to do. And at the end of the day, that's why we're all here. We want to do the right thing, right? So thank you.
If I could, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Ellie.
This is Commissioner Klaus Bruckner. The more I think about this issue, the bigger it seems. And I think the scope in this case is really, really broad. I mean, I was trying to visualize what a 3 foot by 3 foot shower looks like. And this sheet of paper, 8.5 by 11, one length of this is about 1 foot. So the shower is effectively 3 times the size of this sheet. And I also went and measured myself from, if I was holding my arms this way, from elbow to elbow. And I'm only a 5'3" person. And I'm not disabled. And that's about 3 feet. I cannot imagine anyone in a wheelchair being able to use that shower. And I looked up the rate of obesity in Americans. In adult Americans, it's about 40%. And that those showers would probably make it difficult for people with obesity to even use the shower. So I thank Kyle for withdrawing this, and I appreciate the spirit with which HCD did this. And but I think this needs further study, and the scope is way too broad. There should be, as Commissioner Mickelton said, there should be limitations on the number of showers or percentages that where it in an apartment complex where this is built this way. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
This is Commissioner Mickelton. I want to applaud HCD for listening. I really appreciate your action to withdraw this. I was actually going to propose that it be considered for further study. So you beat me to the punch, which is great. And I guess I would just add that I appreciate your statement that this wasn't driven by industry. I completely believe that. You know, as a group in developing the building codes, we are always trying to align codes for simplicity. One of our charges for everybody here is to make the code more usable for people and more enforceable for officials. And so I think that actually is something that as you move forward, we need to keep in mind as well. So I would also say that in terms of doing more research on user preferences, contacting potentially the IDEA Center at the University of Buffalo might be a starting point. They've done a lot of anthropometry research that informed the changes to ANSI A117 3 years ago, which have to do with wheeled mobility devices and reach ranges. And I'm sure that they and other groups like them would have a tremendous amount of research that you could employ to solve the problem that we're looking at. And I would say that a lot of what we're talking about and what I think you're trying to solve is, and that should sort of be taken out to the side. What's the problem that you're trying to solve? And then go from there. The 36 by 36 shower is one device that can solve certain problems, which are when you're in a 30 by 60 shower, which I appreciate Ellie's comment about the 36 being small, but 30 is even smaller. And then you've got this curtain that's coming partly into that 30 inches. So that's a problem as well. And your curtain is here and your shower, handheld shower is over here, spraying into the curtain and all over the floor. This creates a very hazardous condition. And at that interface between the shower and the flooring, you create water damage and rot in a wood floor. This is a really big problem in apartment dwellings that that we've seen over the years and have done remodels to. So I understand, the 36 with the shower handheld in front of you solves that problem. So I would suggest looking also at other states. I was in Oregon recently, and the hotel there had the 36 by 36 ADA FHA shower. And for me, again, speaking personally, it worked much better than other hotel showers. So think about why that works better. And what I've done in my projects, which you could consider, is a very simple fix, which is with the 30 by 60 shower, provide in the control that's to the right of the user a diverter valve, and on the opposite wall, a regular wall mounted shower head. What this does is that it allows a standing user who doesn't want to sit and use the handheld or have it spray perpendicular to the shower long direction, to still have a shower from above and the controls easily reached. And then the other problem of reaching in and turning on the water without getting wet, you simply move the diverter to the wall mounted shower head and you get the temperature right, transfer into the shower, roll your wheelchair in, whatever your means is, and then divert it to the handheld once you have the handheld in your hand. It, I would say, would probably work for 99% of the people. So thinking outside the box of the model code language might yield a very simple and probably $50 solution like that, that not only makes it better for people with disabilities, but for somebody without a disability who just wants to take their normal shower standing up, it's actually working better for them as well. And that's the idea of universal design. So I'll leave it at that. And I trust that you'll go through a good process, and maybe we can have something in California that everybody else will follow. Thank you.
Mr. Kraus, can I ask that you clarify that you are only withdrawing item 5 in your package for 11 and not all of item 11?
That's correct. Just this item regarding the 36-inch transfer shower. Yes, item 5.
All right, thank you. Were there any other commissioners that wanted to make a comment before we move on? All right, so now we will take up the rest of tab 11's package. This is item 11, the Department of Housing and Community Development Rulemaking 02/19, proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Building Code, Chapter 11A, Part 2 of Title 24. I'll ask HCD to please introduce themselves and present item 11.
It's still good morning. So good morning, Madam Undersecretary and commissioners and stakeholders. My name is Kyle Kraus, Assistant Deputy Director with the Department of Housing and Community Development, Division of Codes and Standards. Brandon Estes is still here with me out there somewhere. He's the Codes and Standards Administrator 1 with the State Housing Law Program. Thank you again for the opportunity to present these changes to Chapter 11A, Housing Accessibility. HCD's proposed changes were discussed at a HCD focus group meeting on October 3rd, again at a Code Advisory Committee meeting on February 11th and 12th. And the Accessibility Code Advisory recommended approve as submitted for all proposed changes except for the definition of public housing. We'll get to that in a minute. HCD held a 45-day public comment period from April 3rd to May 18th and received several comments and has responded to all the public comments during the 45-day public comment period in the final statement of reasons. Brandon will cover each of the items and give an overview. After that, we respectfully request approval and adoption of the final express terms. And Brandon can give you that overview now. Thank you.
Hello, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Brandon Estes, Codes and Standards Administrator 1, representing the Department of Housing and Community Development, State Housing Law Program. I will provide you with a brief description of HCD's proposal before you today, starting with item 02/19-1-1. HCD proposes to co-adopt the definition of public housing with the division of the state architect. HCD has no authority for public housing, but uses the term in the California Building Code, Chapter 11A. HCD does have authority for housing that is not public. Therefore, it is important for HCD to adopt and clarify the meaning of public housing as addressed by the California Building Code, Chapter 11B. In response to the CAC recommendation of further study, HCD and DSA, the division of the state architect, further refined the definition of public housing. Commenters expressed support for this item once amended. At this time, I will introduce Sue Moe with the division of the state architect, who can go into a bit of background on this proposal. Sue, are you there? Looks like maybe she's calling in. How about I proceed with the other items? Oh, I can't hear Sue.
Sue, can you unmute your phone?
Oh.
Her phone's unmuted. Nope.
She shows up here twice too.
She's, yeah.
How's that, guys?
Better.
Yes.
Now you can hear me?
Oh, yeah, much
Yes.
better.
Perfect. I also have a headset. So when we're done with this particular item, I can switch to a headset, but probably not best to do that right now. And thank you, Debbie, my coworker, a fellow senior architect, because she just dropped it off from the office. So anyway, this is Susan Moe, senior architect and certified access specialist. And what you're seeing before you with the definition of public housing has really taken a significant amount of effort, research, outreach to both HUD and Department of Justice and the various stakeholders, including Disability Rights California, the building industry. And really what was, I mean, this has been a while in coming, because we realized when the 2010 ADA standards, with the change and the inclusion of those standards used as model code under Chapter 11B, we realized that we really needed to continue our research into what public housing is, due to the fact that DSA has the authority to regulate housing. The other thing that sort of helped us to inform the amendments that we're proposing in this definition is the lawsuit against the city and county of Los Angeles. I don't know if you're aware of that, but it's a pretty significant lawsuit, and it'll take in excess of 10 years to remedy the situation, because what happened for 25 plus years, they did not adhere to the Uniform Federal Accessibility Guidelines as required by HUD Section 504. They did not comply with the ADA that requires accessibility to program services and activities of public entities. They did not comply, for whatever reasons, with the Fair Housing Accessibility Guidelines. So what we've done in crafting this definition is really addressed those issues. And what we really want to do is provide clarity for the code user and for building officials who have the authority to enforce Chapter 11B, so they can determine and potentially ask the questions when somebody submits a set of plans. Have they actually looked at that definition, and have they determined whether or not their project might be considered public housing? The other thing that we're doing with this definition, you'll see that there's a note that is included, and there are, for one thing, we wanted to at least illuminate a little bit and give an understanding to people that it's the program, services, and activities of a public entity that trigger compliance with the ADA standards, and it's whether or not a public entity receives federal financial assistance. So what we wanted to do in this note is give maybe a couple of examples of what would be considered programs that provide housing. And what you'll also see in that note, there's a reference to two documents. There's a guide to public housing regulated in Chapter 11B of the California Building Code that DSA has developed. And we've actually shared that with some of our stakeholders and included DSA legal, so we can determine that, yes, it is okay for us to develop that document and post it on DSA's website, because we realized in developing this definition, there was a lot more involved in what we could just put in a note. So we wanted to refer code users to that document that will be posted on DSA's website.
Sue, can you
And then
slow
we
down
also
just a
wanted
little
to,
bit?
oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Yes. Oh, sorry. Thank you. And then we also wanted to make code users aware that currently posted on DSA's website, and we update it every time there is a code change. There is the California Access Compliance Advisory Reference Manual. So in both of those documents, we've really, as I said, we've done real significant research to hopefully provide some guidance for code users, for building officials, for developers who we get a lot of questions from, so they can figure out.
You gotta slow down, please.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
You can tell I'm kind of excited about this topic. So we just really wanted to do everything we possibly could, hopefully to spare other jurisdictions and public entities the difficulties that the city of and county of Los Angeles are going through. And we realized in order to get compliance, the clearer you can make your regulations, the better chance that you have in getting compliant housing facilities. So with that, I'll end and turn it back over to HCD. And if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer those.
Okay, this is Brandon Estes again with Housing and Community Development. I'll move forward to item 02/19-2-2. HCD proposes an editorial amendment to section 1112A, curb ramps on accessible roads, to provide a correct reference to figures 11A-3A through 11A-3L. Currently, two sections reference figures 11A-3A through 11A-3M. However, there is no 11A-3M. The CAC recommended approve as submitted, and commenters supported this item. Item HCD 02/19-3-1. HCD proposes an editorial amendment to section 1132A.7, type of lock or latch, updating the reference from section 1008 to section 1010 due to renumbering in the model code. The CAC recommended approve as submitted, and commenters express support for this item. Item 4, 02/19-4-1. HCD proposes an editorial amendment to section 1133A.2, clear floor space, to replace the term workspace with the correct term work surface. Work surface is the term used in other parts of section 1133A. The CAC recommended approved as submitted, and commenters expressed support for this item. Skipping over item 02/19-5, since that has been discussed, we'll move on to 02/19-6. HCD propose, oh, excuse me here. HCD proposes to amend section 1136A, electrical receptacle switch and control heights, by permitting countertops to extend an additional 1/2 inch from the current 25 inches to 25.5 inches from the wall. Commercially available kitchen base cabinets are typically 24 inches deep, and commercially available countertops are often up to 25.5 inches deep. HCD has been receiving questions regarding the difference between the industry standard and what is permitted in the code for many years. This amendment would not only align with industry manufacturing standards, but countertops are already permitted by the Fair Housing Act Design Manual to extend 25.5 inches from the wall. So this amendment would also align with federal standards. The CAC recommended approve as submitted. Comments from the public included approve as submitted, further study, and approved as amended. And with that, yield back. Thank you.
For that overview of the proposal. Item 11 is open for commissioner discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel.
This is Commissioner Patel. My only comment is to express my appreciation to the agencies and the stakeholders for working on the definition of public housing. It's been a tremendous challenge, I think, for the enforcement community and our customers to be able to understand the limits of Chapter 11A and 11B and how to properly apply them. And so having a definition that all the stakeholders are buying into and understand is going to make going forward a lot easier. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Commissioner Klaus Bruckner.
No comment.
Commissioner Mickelton.
Yes, I have a few comments. First, wanted to thank everybody, the stakeholders and HCD and DSA for rising to the big challenge of redefining this definition. And I really appreciate the explanatory note that's added as well, and the references to other documents. I really think that not only says what you want to say, but brackets it with useful background so that people can get a deep understanding and apply it correctly. This has been a challenge forever. So I do have a question. There was a public comment regarding a concern that a public agency could purchase an existing apartment, operate it, and as long as they don't do any alterations, it wouldn't be included in the new definition of public housing. And I just wanted to, this was a comment from Chris Hansen, and I haven't sort of dissected that, but wonder if you had a comment about that. And I don't know that it's actually within the purview of the code anyway. If something's not being altered, what would be the process by which a purchase of an apartment and change to being public housing would sort of take place?
Yeah, Commissioner Mickelton, this is Kyle Kraus from HCD. I think you're right. The code, the intent of the definition does really only apply if something is being constructed or altered. So the purchase of a building wouldn't necessarily trigger the code application. It's really intended for construction projects.
So that, I think the answer then to that comment would be that it's under the funding sources and, other agencies or regulations for operations that might determine, public
Absolutely.
housingness.
Yes, that's correct. There's still requirements for operating public housing or operating housing with public funds that would still apply outside of the building standards codes.
Right. And as soon as they do an alteration, this kicks in on top.
Exactly.
Yeah. And then the second comment regarding the electrical receptacle switch and control heights, I appreciate your addressing the reality of this. Again, it's been a long-standing challenge with inspectors in the field and not so much plan checkers, and it delays projects, and it's really unnecessary. And many jurisdictions that I've dealt with are completely fine with this and recognize the reality, but it leads to lots of lost time and discussion. So I appreciate us just focusing on that. So thank you. That's all.
Commissioner Santillan? For the record, he said he had no comment. I couldn't hear him, but.
No comment for me, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sasaki?
No comment.
Commissioner Allegre?
No comment.
Commissioner Stockwell?
No comment, thank you.
Thank you. We will now take public comments. If you wish to speak on item 11, put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you check the phone for commenters on item 11?
You have 8 questions remaining.
Regarding 11B, item 11. Connie Arnold.
Hi, Connie, we can hear you. You can go ahead with your comment. Just a reminder, is if you could speak slowly for the captioner, that would be great.
Okay. Well, first off, I was trying to comment on the earlier item about that's been withdrawn regarding the 36 by 36 inch shower before I go on. Is that all right?
It's been withdrawn, but I know that you tried to get in, and if you have something brief to say about the process, that's fine.
Yes, I'm very concerned about the composition, and I want to see an open-ended situation when you do mock-up. You need to do something like I did in my letter, where you actually set up, what a 36 by 36 inch shower designs that exist already in existing codes for roll-in showers that provide greater access for persons with disabilities. And so we cannot have our voices drowned out by lobbyists that are not the individuals that use these showers. So you need representatives from the disability community who primarily are the ones that do use the roll-in showers or with mobility disabilities, who are the ones that have a greater time being able to take a shower if a shower stall is not accessible. So I would urge greater involvement of people with disabilities, considering the whole issue of roll-in showers and control access and that situation. Also, I was supposed to read the comment by Catherine Campisi, and it was very short. She said she joined in opposing the proposal as a former Department of Rehabilitation Director and statewide coordinator of services for students with disabilities in the California community colleges. I found people need additional, not less, access. California was always a leader in civil rights, including disability rights.
Connie, I'm sorry, you're going to have to slow down a little bit.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
California was always a leader in civil rights, including disability rights. Proposals such as this was the operable term.
We are not naive enough to believe that builders will not use this option. Finally, I am a small person who uses a wheelchair for mobility. I also can stand and walk a little and do transfer to a bench where my assistant would assist me in bathing. The 36 by 36 inch shower would be unusable to me and many, many others with disabilities. I thank the members who recognize the problems with this proposal and respectfully ask you to reject it or at a minimum send it back for further study. So that's from Catherine Campisi. On that note, I would mention that there are some of us that are long time disabled. I've had arthritis since childhood, and I have contractures in my hips. So when I stand to transfer, when I'm able to, I'm bent over. I can't stand up straight. So as the pictures identified, and I use that mock-up, which is very important to have mock-ups and disability devices, so that people can actually see the physical ramifications of a postage stamp transfer shower. So I would just ask for ensuring that greater numbers of persons with significant disabilities of all types and wheelchair users, and not handpicked by some agency staff to concur with their proposals, be involved in the process. And then when it comes to the definition on the issue of public housing and a number of items here, I want to say that I will concur with the comments on the items as expressed by Tim Timish, Richard Scaff, and Linda Lill. And I need to ask, are we going to go item by item through this packet, starting with 1.9.1?
Hey, Connie, just to clarify, we're still on HCD's rulemaking package. As you know, they withdrew the shower item. So what Kyle just provided an overview of, and Brandon, were the remaining items within HCD's package. So we haven't started DSA's access package yet.
Okay. All right. I'll try to do too many things. All right. Well, then I want to just say that, you know, I wrote a letter and it was fairly comprehensive, and I will speak up when we get to the DSA item. Will that be today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the current item is regarding, let me find it.
So we're on agenda item 11, and it's HCD's 0219 package. And those are the only items we're discussing right now.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, maybe I'll get back in the queue. I have.
Yeah, we have about 8 more commenters to get through.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
You have 8 questions remaining.
Yes, Commissioners. This is Bob Raymer, representing the California Building Industry Association. And in this case, I've also been asked to indicate support for the HCD proposals from the American Institute of Architects, California Council, the California Apartment Association, the California Association of Realtors, the California Business Properties Association, and the Building Owners and Managers Association of California. And I have to say that I share Susan Moe's enthusiasm. In one word, I can say, wow. We've been working on this issue for over 3 years. For the first 2 years, the debate was quite contentious, but we have finally reached that sweet spot. And I have to basically give a shout out of thanks to Ida Claire, Susan Moe, Derek Shaw of DSA, Kyle Kraus from HCD, and especially to Dara Scher from the Disability Rights California. You've already gone over the specifics of this proposal, but I have to say that having done this for 39 years, I've never seen a level of broad-based support from such a diverse group of stakeholders on an access issue. And like I said, it's been years and years of doing this. You may want to make specific note to the final statement of reasons by DSA, particularly pages 9 through 11, and that of HCD's final statement of reasons, pages 3 and 4, which gives a rather exhaustive list of what I have to characterize as massive level of support for this proposal. The specific definition, artfully, is now quite clear and straightforward. In addition, it references the United States Code of Federal Regulations, which we had sought for some time. The note, while it's quite lengthy compared to other notes in the code, is very useful. I think it's going to significantly reduce the number of calls that both HCD and DSA get on this issue. And more importantly, those users out in the field, particularly the building officials, will be able to have right at their hands without having to go to a manual, a good indication of what is and is not public housing. And lastly, DSA has inserted the paragraph regarding buyer identified residential dwelling units for sale. I realize it's outside of the scope of the HCD proposal, but that too comes directly from the DOJ regs. And with that, all I can say is I join Commissioner Patel in thanking all of those involved, and it's been a long time coming. Thank you. Those are my comments.
You have 7 questions remaining.
Call me back later. I think my brown note's gonna die.
Hi, sir.
You're on the call. Do you have a public comment?
Sir?
Do you have a public comment?
Hello?
Yes, you're live. Do you have a public comment?
I am sorry. My name is Jeff Tom. I'm with the California Council of Blind. And I want to express my pleasure at the support for the change in the definition of public housing. We can look forward to a time when a person with low vision will have a far greater likelihood that he or she will have sufficient lighting in his or her housing accommodation. We can look forward to a time when it won't be a difficulty to turn on one stove because of digital and non-tactile array. We can look forward to a time when a person who is blind will be able to set his or her thermostat wherever he or she lives. So in brief, I am very thrilled at this proposal today, and I urge you to pass it. Thank you very much.
You have 6 questions remaining.
Good morning. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Very good. My name is Bill Hecker. I'm an architect and accessibility consultant out of Birmingham, Alabama. I practice nationwide and have been an expert witness for the United States Department of Justice, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, on numerous cases related to housing accessibility. Of particular interest in the context of the proposed code change to the definition of public housing for you today is that I was the architectural accessibility expert for the plaintiffs in the nation's largest accessibility lawsuit related to public housing, as mentioned before by Sue Moe, the Independent Living Center of Southern California et al. Versus City of Los Angeles et al. This lawsuit led to a settlement between the parties that will result in the construction or remediation of 4,000 accessible affordable housing units. It was clear to me as I analyzed the design and construction of hundreds of public housing projects in the city of Los Angeles portfolio, that there was a significant level of confusion among designers, developers, government agencies regarding CBC accessibility requirements for public housing. I offer strong support of HCD's and DSA's joint proposal to amend the public housing definition in Chapter 2 of the California Building Code. As I understand it, this proposal would bring the California Building Code into compliance with federal accessibility statutes, including the Americans with Disabilities Act. The proposed amendments to the public housing definition clarify long-standing federal regulations and requirements for accessible housing developments. The changes actually track federal regulatory language and explicitly reference federal regulations to minimize potential confusion for code users. The DSA and HCD proposals include the note that I believe is even more beneficial in clarifying how this topic of public housing accessibility should be addressed within the context of the California Building Code. This will lead to greater compliance statewide with federal accessibility requirements and, in my opinion, results in more affordable housing accessibility to people with disabilities in California. I'll stay on the line if there are any questions. Thank you again.
You have 5 questions remaining.
Hi, this is Valerie Feldman. I'm an attorney with the Public Interest Law Project, a nonprofit law firm located in Oakland, California. But we work with legal aid programs all over the state of California. And prior to my experience with the Public Interest Law Project, I worked at a local legal aid program for 14 years. So over the last 20 years, in my experience assisting people in need of affordable housing.
Ma'am, can you speak a little slower, please?
Oh, sure.
Thank
Sorry
you.
about that. In my 20 years of experience working with people in need of affordable housing, I welcome the clarification to the definition of public housing so that as many accessible, affordable units as possible can be built to accommodate the overwhelming need in the state of California. I've worked with tenants who are in need of affordable housing and also tenants who are doing everything they can to hold on to an affordable unit once they have one. The idea that any obstacles that can be removed from the production of more affordable, accessible housing should be done. Hearing everybody's comments, it's even more exciting that it's part of a really united group of stakeholders. But no matter what, the removing of obstacles to the creation of more affordable, accessible housing should be supported. Thank you very much.
You have 4 questions remaining.
Good morning, Madam Undersecretary and Commission members. My name is Darren Lowndes, Board President of the Lanterman Housing Alliance and Executive Director of the Housing Consortium of the East Bay. The Lanterman Housing Alliance represents supportive housing developers across the state.
Sir, can you speak a little slower, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Who create and advocate for homes for people with developmental disabilities. The Lanterman Housing Alliance supports the proposed amendments to the California Building Code related to the definition of public housing. These amendments in chapters 11A and 11B will bring the code into compliance with federal statutes and regulations to create more accessible housing across the state. These proposed amendments will positively impact the people who serve, who require accessible features, and many more Californians who will be able to age in place for generations to come. Proposed amendments will clarify covered housing types as the developer of publicly supported affordable and supportive housing. This clarity and consistency is important, and we appreciate appreciate that HCD and the Department of State Architects addressed these amendments in the joint proposal. Housing Consortium of the East Bay and our colleagues at the Lanterman Housing Alliance are committed to creating housing that is not only deeply affordable.
A little slower, please.
They also meet. Great.
Thank you.
Welcome. But we're committed to creating housing that is not only deeply affordable for our tenants, but also meets their accessibility needs. We welcome the day when all developers of public housing in the state of California are following the same criteria and have clear and consistent guidance in the building code. Thank you for receiving my testimony, and please support the proposed amendment, chapters 11A and 11B. That is all.
You have 3 questions remaining.
Hello, my name is Claire Ramsey. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hi, I'm Claire Ramsey. I'm a senior staff attorney with Justice in Aging. Justice in Aging is a national legal nonprofit that fights senior poverty through law, and we focus on healthcare, housing, and economic security for older adults. We are calling today to stress our strong support for the change in the definition of public housing and the joint amendment between HCD and DSA. We have also submitted a letter on this topic. I'm calling specifically to stress the importance of affordable and accessible housing for older adults in our community. In California, approximately 20% of older adults, 65 and older, live in poverty. And this is much more likely to be true for older adults of color and older women. And just like all older adults, regardless of income, low-income older adults deserve to have safe and accessible housing. We've really seen that importance come to the fore with the COVID pandemic, where we are telling people explicitly and repeatedly that they need to stay at home, and that aging in place has become more important than ever for people's health and well-being. And this is a proposal that will help facilitate aging in place and people's health and safety. Currently, if someone has to go to a hospital, a nursing home, or a congregate facility, they have a greatly increased chance and likelihood of being infected by COVID and dying from it. The rates of death in facilities is now representing over 40% of the deaths in our state. And so we feel that this proposal really will form an important foundation for accessible and affordable living in California. And so we urge you all to vote yes on this change and to support the amendment. Thank you.
You have 2 questions remaining.
Hello, this is Tim Timish. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning again. I support parts of this proposal, or again, I'm from CODAP. There are other parts, there's been a lot said about the importance of public housing, and the parts that I oppose have to do with the importance of public housing. Something's being withdrawn here, and I want to identify that for you. That's the 3 things I want to hit on are where owned and operated is being removed. That's in the opening paragraph. The other removals are fine. I think they, in the lower paragraphs where they remove owned and operated, I think that provides clarity. But in the opening paragraph where that's removed, I want to address that. I want to address number 7, where it strikes out privately owned housing made available for public use. I want to address the note, which is being added. So this isn't DSA's advisory on how it interprets the code, or HCD's advisory, I'm sorry, HDC or DSA's. They're asking you to put in a note, the commissioners, saying that there are types of changes that aren't considered a program that will trigger application of this code. I'm going to address those types, but primarily seismic strengthening, which is a really big deal. I think you guys have heard about that many times. Well, that covers it, but let me go through this. The first thing I'm going to ask you, though, is to pass this over. This is coming up in the following session from DSA on 11B. I heard ACD say, hey, we have nothing to do with public housing, but our section of the code, 11A, cites to public housing. Therefore, we should be able to propose something. Well, the problem with that is they use the definition just to restrict their definition of private housing. Here, they're trying to also restrict the definition of public housing. They're really getting into DSA's jurisdiction here. And since DSA is bringing up the same thing, we'll be discussing this all over again. It makes no sense to have already voted on it in ACD's package. So I ask you to pass it over. Commissioner Mickelton hit it on the head. These changes need to be viewed not as an expansion, and they are an expansion to the extent they cite the federal code and programs of construction. But it's also a contraction. It's eliminating owned and operated. Owned and operated. So hear me on this. This is coming up in the CASPA exam. People are taking hardcore positions on whether a developer and the state can secretly coordinate, build the housing privately, and then the state comes in and buys it, but puts it in a private entity thing. There are a lot of papered ways to structure this so that it's never a public program. Whereas before, a deed or the state having some hand in the operation, irrespective of whether it was, you could prove it was originally involved in the construction, just owning and operating it were enough to implicate the state and DSA's jurisdiction and these obligations. So I think the commission, and if to the extent it approves this, again, I ask you to wait till DSA represents it. To the extent you approve it, I wouldn't approve striking owning and operating at the top. That's a retreat from DSA's jurisdiction. It violates 4459A, therefore criteria 2. So I ask you to disapprove that portion. Moving on to item 7. DSA gives the explanation. I don't see HCD's explanation for why to strike item number 7. Privately owned housing made available for public use as housing. They say that those are really public accommodations. And the definition of public accommodations is adequate. There's all sorts of scenarios, again, where the state owns it, but it's privately operated. You're just adding confusion rather than solving it by taking that out. You have people litigating, well, is this or isn't it? Housing, privately owned housing, a hotel owned by the state. Go to Yosemite. So there's that. I would urge you not to permit striking of item 7 in the list. Next, as to the note, they want you to strike seismic strengthening. Now, that's been part of the recipe for construction alterations for a long time. They've been fighting to get that out of the definition of alterations for a long time. And 4456 of the government code specifically defines that and this is your authorizing authority to pass this code, specifically defines that it applies to structural repairs. And that's what a seismic strengthening is. It's the disabled wait a long time sometimes to gain access to the buildings. They gotta wait strengthening is one of those things that happens that fulfills that promise. So a lot of this looks innocuous. It's just a note clarifying. Don't let them slip in citing strengthening as an exemption to alteration. In fact, I don't know that whole note is carefully considered. I would think about taking it out because it's going to limit how much access you get rather than broaden it. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
You have one question remaining.
Go ahead. You're on the line. There's one question remaining. Hello?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay.
All right, thank you. BSC staff, were there any written comments submitted prior to the meeting?
Yes, there were. There were a number that were submitted for part 11. Where that, hold on. Here it is. This was from Natasha Reyes and a list of a number of others. They were addressing basically all the provisions within the submittal. It's not a real long paragraph, so I'll read it real quick. That's okay. Thank you for the opportunity to submit comments on proposed amendments in advance of the July.
You might want to slow down though for the capture.
Thank you. For the July 13 through 15, 2020 hearing. We write to reiterate our strong support of HCD Item 1, Section 202, Public Housing, and DSA's 209, Chapter 2, Section 202, Public Housing, as well as DSA's 11B 16, 11B 233.3.2. To the best of our knowledge, there is no opposition to these proposals, which are supported by HCD and DSA, California Building Industry Association, the American Institute of Architects, California Apartment Association, California Association of Realtors, California Business Properties Association, Building Owners and Managers Association of California, California Building Officials, and over 40 disability organizations and advocates representing individuals with mobility, hearing, and vision disabilities, architectural experts, affordable housing developers, and individuals, including signatories to our letter and individual commenters. The proposed change to the public housing definition provides needed clarification to ensure the state and individual code users are fully compliant with federal and state law. We urge you to adopt the proposals as written, which are the outcome of a great deal of input from all stakeholders.
All right, thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. I'd like to ask the commissioners if there's any follow-up discussion.
This is Commissioner Mickelton. I'd just like staff to address the question that came up from Mr. Timish regarding striking owned and operated. I'm sure that there's an extensive background to this, given the lengthy process and number of stakeholders that have looked at this.
Thank you, Commissioner Mickelton. HCD will solicit a response from DSA. I will add, as I did earlier, that the code provisions, including this definition, are applicable during construction or alteration, which is intended to apply these provisions at that time. Different things happen to buildings after they're constructed or altered that the building code does not intend to cover. Sue, do you have any additional comments on the striking of item number 7?
Yeah, can you all hear me?
Yep.
Good. Yeah, when we took a look at that, you know, and talking to people at Department of Justice and really looking at program access and looking at what the ADA requires, you know, it doesn't have to be owned and operated by a public entity. I mean, that's certainly, if you look at a public entity's program and you think about how expansive a program is, yeah, definitely it could be owned and operated by a public entity. That's part of their housing program. But we didn't need to have that limitation in the definition because just program access is so expansive. And we felt that that got into being a little bit too restrictive. And that's why we haven't included owned and operated by a public entity.
Thank you.
You're
That's
welcome.
This is Commissioner Patel. I just had one question. The last caller mentioned that it somehow would impact seismic retrofits. Do you have any comment on that?
Well, if an alteration is done and you take a look at that and you look at the impact of that alteration, yeah, then potentially that will have an impact on what's being altered in a public housing facility, because yeah, that you're looking at an alteration then, and then the code is triggered.
Okay.
And really what we're looking at is there's the program access that is required outside of the requirements of the building code by the Americans with Disabilities Act. What we're looking at is when is the California Building Code triggered? So if there's construction or alteration, then the California Building Code is triggered.
Okay. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
All right, do any other commissioners have any other follow-up questions? All right, I will entertain a motion at this time to consider the Department of Housing and Community Development's proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Building Code, Chapter 11A.
Commissioner Mickerton, move to approve.
Second.
Just a point of order. I want to make sure that the motion stated is accurate in terms of the removal of item 5 or sub item 5.
Thank you,
All right. I will revise. So Commissioner Mickerton, again, making a motion that HCD's item 11 is approved with the withdrawal by HCD staff of item 5. Does that work?
Yeah, that's good.
Do I have a second?
Commissioner Sasaki seconds.
It is moved and seconded that the motion is approved, not including item 5. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? All right, hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, please conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Klaas-Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickerton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Legre,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell.
Aye.
The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. We are going to take a break for lunch right now. 1:30? Yeah, okay, and we will resume at 1:30. Thank you.
We'll come back to item 12, which is the next item on the agenda. All right.
Ellie, you're sideways.
Thank you.
Okay. Hey, Sue. Oh, you're muted.
No, she's not.
Oh,
Your audio is not working, Sue.
we can't hear you, Sue.
Nothing.
She's got to make sure she's got it on her device that she's using in
Yeah, the
her
computer
settings.
has to be set.
Settings for audio for headset.
I'm gonna.
Hey, Sue, your audio might need to be changed on your computer settings to know that you're using a headset.
Probably trying, but we can't tell what she's saying.
This is back on and this is back on since other stuff's running, but we can still try to get her online.
If you go to the Sue, if you go to the lower left corner of your Zoom meeting, you can hover over the microphone button, which has an up arrow. You click the up arrow and you can select your microphone.
Huh, did that work?
Oh,
wow.
Yay, thank you so much. Because over lunch, I installed it and, did everything I thought I needed to do on my computer settings, but that's the trick. That's perfect. Thank you so much.
Now we can hear you so loud.
Oh, do you want me to whisper?
No, it'll keep us awake. Thank you.
Okay.
No, it's her. Well, I think it's hers. I don't think we're up too loud. Can
Because we want to be able to hear everybody else that
Yeah, the lowest,
chimes
the
in. We'll just,
quietest one
yeah,
is the one
yeah.
it'll probably be somebody on the phone.
so we're gonna. Yeah, you might, if you want to say something about, we received some emails. Yeah. All right, welcome back, everyone. It's 1:36. We received some emails over the lunch hour that there were commenters that were having some problems with the phone queue on the last items. We've let them know that the commissioners have voted on it, but they would still like to have their comments recognized for the record. So we're going to spend a few minutes going back to the phones and letting people participate in the comment section so that that can be part of our record. So at this point, I believe that they've been told to get into the queue, but if they haven't, please press 1 and then 0 to get into the queue. And then Barbara, let's go to the phones.
You have 1 question remaining.
Hello, this is Dara Scher. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. We did have several people in the queue who were unable to speak on the public housing item, but since it's coming up again during the DSA portion of the agenda, I will just make my comments then. So thank you.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay.
Perfect. All right, thank you. So our next agenda item is item 12 in the Division of the State Architect Accessibility Rulemaking 01/19 proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Building Code, Chapter 11B, Part 2 of Title 24. Before we have the DSA representative give us an overview, we're going to take these items in order of the final express terms. So under tab 12, after the colored pages, you'll see page 1 of 42. The heading is Final Express Terms for Proposed Building Standards of the Division of the State Architect. And we will start with item 1.01. We'll take that as a separate item. So if we could have a representative from the Division of the State Architect introduce yourself and present this item.
Good afternoon, Undersecretary Lee and Commissioners. I am Ida Clare, Acting State Architect and Principal Architect for Accessibility at the Division of the State Architect. I am joined here today with my colleague, Derek Shaw, Supervising Architect, and on the video, Susan Moe, Senior Architect with DSA Accessibility. Thank you for the opportunity to present the regulatory amendments related to accessibility for the 2019 intervening supplement of Chapter 11B of the California Building Code. It is important to note that DSA joins individuals with disabilities, and indeed all Americans, in celebrating the 30th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act, which was signed into law on July 26, 1990 by President George H.W. Bush.
Can you slow down, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
The 2010 ADA standards, and specifically the accessibility guidelines, are the foundational model of the accessibility regulations in the California Building Code. DSA remains fully committed to the development of accessibility regulations that serve the needs of the disability community. To ensure that proposed and amended regulations will meet these needs, DSA conducted an extensive outreach program of 5 sessions from January to May 2019, when we assembled a task force of stakeholders to address amending scoping regulations for detectable warning surfaces. Stakeholders included the blind and visually impaired, disability advocates, individuals who use wheelchairs, design professionals, and code enforcement entities. These discussions are the basis of the proposed amendments to the regulations for detectable warning surfaces that are presented today. Our proposed and amended regulations were also presented and discussed with DSA's Access Code Collaborative in 4 all-day sessions from May through October 2019. The ACC is comprised of 13 individuals as a representative group of stakeholders whose purpose it is to ensure DSA is considering a wide range of views and perspectives in developing CBC regulations addressing accessibility. The ACC members volunteer a considerable amount of their time to meet with each other and DSA extends our gratitude for their commitment to ensuring the regulations are responsive to the concerns of all stakeholders. While working meetings of the ACC are not open for public participation, for transparency of the rulemaking process, the public is able to listen to the ACC meetings via teleconference. In addition, all ACC meeting transcripts and information on the ongoing activities of the ACC are available on the ACC webpage on the DSA website. DSA also convened a series of meetings with a focus group of ACC members and the Department of Housing and Community Development to specifically interest in the public housing amendments that are presented today. These individuals volunteered additional time to further discussions in order to achieve regulatory language that was in alignment with federal and state statutory requirements and provide the necessary clarity to ensure the regulations are applied consistently and appropriately. Concurrently with ACC discussions, DSA conducted its outreach to the public on the proposed accessibility amendments. These meetings were held on July 9th and September 19th. Comments and feedback on the proposed amendments at these public stakeholder forums were brought back to the ACC for further discussion. DSA continues to foster and encourage an environment of cooperation and mutual respect through the discussions and strive for a better understanding of the needs of the disability community while acknowledging all stakeholder concerns. The proposed new and amended regulations being presented today were garnered from code change proposals submitted by various stakeholders or identified by DSA staff as needing change for clarity and consistency of code application. This is especially relevant for both the process of incorporating all the applicable Fair Housing Act requirements relevant for public housing from Chapter 11A to Chapter 11B, and the need to clarify the scoping requirements for the application of detectable warning surfaces.
Please go down just a little bit more. I think
Sure.
our captioner.
Our decision to undertake these efforts, long requested by stakeholders, has received broad-based support. It is our hope that the resulting amendments have achieved the intended goal of clarity and consistency. DSA welcomes the comments from the public and the commissioners and is prepared to present for discussion a significant portion of the building standards related to accessibility that are proposed. Amendments to the accessibility regulations for electric vehicle charging stations will be presented at the August 2020 Building Standards Commission meeting. We would also like to welcome and thank the stakeholders who are present today in person and on the phone, prepared to comment. We appreciate their involvement and commitment in ensuring this process is thorough and transparent. We request that you approve the proposed amendments to the building standards for accessibility. We request to ask for an opportunity to respond to public comments if needed to ensure understanding of the amendments and address public concerns. Susan Moe will begin the presentation for discussion and comment to our code change proposals. Thank you. Sue?
Thank you, Ida, and thank you, Undersecretary and Commissioners.
Sue, can you turn your volume up?
Oh, sure. Let me go ahead and do that real quick. Is that better?
Can you go a little bit higher?
Or microphone, maybe.
Or yeah, it might be your microphone.
Your microphone, Susan, maybe it needs to be closer to your mouth.
How's that?
Oh, there you go.
Did it? Okay. I'm just getting so technologically correct with this headphone. I'm loving it. So anyway, again, thank you all. Item 1.01, and this is Susan Moe, Senior Architect and Certified Access Specialist at the Division of the State Architect. This particular item that addresses the application for public housing from section 12955.1.c, we brought this forward in a previous rulemaking cycle. And when we went before the Code Advisory Committee, they requested that we get an interpretation from DSA Legal, which we did. And what we're doing here is we want to clarify that public housing and private housing available for public use are two different items. And there is just so much confusion that has built up over decades with some of these provisions in the code that we really wanted, again, to get as much clarity as we possibly could for public housing. So you can see here what we are proposing, rather than it saying public housing and private housing available for public use. Instead, the amended provisions would read public housing and then go on to say, see Government Code section 12955.1c, and then refer people over to the definition for public housing in chapter 2. So we sort of link all of that together, again, to provide some clarity. And the issue with citing section 4450, that talks about building structures, sidewalks, curbs, and related facilities constructed in the state by the use of state, county, or municipal funds, or the funds of any political subdivision. What we have found in the years that we have been researching the different federal regulations, whether it's the Fair Housing Accessibility Guidelines, or if it's HUD Section 504, or if it's the ADA, none of those federal regulations are solely dependent on the receipt of public funds. If you look at the Fair Housing Act and the guidelines, it's for more covered multifamily dwelling units. For HUD Section 504 regulations, it's projects that receive federal financial assistance. And when you go to the HUD 504 regs, you can see all the different types of what they consider federal financial assistance. And when you look to the ADA, the metric that they use is significant assistance. This could be low-income housing tax credits. It could be a city that maybe has a piece of property that they're going to sell to a developer at less than market value so they can get some housing constructed. It could be any number of means that a public entity uses in order for the application and administration of a program that provides housing. So that's what we're looking to here. We really want to clarify this section. And in the analysis of this amendment that came from DGS Legal, they said that the proposed amendment seeks only to clarify the application to public housing, a defined term in the regulations. This amendment does not affect any substantive accessibility standard, so it does not enhance or diminish accessibility. So thank you for considering this code change proposal, and if necessary, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that overview of the proposal. Item 1.01 is open for commissioner discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel?
No comment.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner?
No comment.
Commissioner Mickelton?
No comment.
Commissioner Santian?
No comment.
Commissioner Sasaki?
No comment.
Commissioner Allegre?
No comment.
Commissioner Stockwell?
No comment.
All right, we will now take public comments. If you wish to speak on this item 1.01, put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you check the phone for commenters?
You have 4 questions remaining.
Hello, this is Tim Timish. I had hopes that that last item in the HCD would be passed over and be considered in this as part of DSAs, because I think this, which has to do with this item, which has to do with the scope of the by the DSA.
What did you do?
Excuse me. And its interaction with the definition of public housing, which you just changed, should be considered together. You'll notice that between these two changes, all reference to public funds is being extracted from consideration as to what is public housing and what DSA enforces. Again, this is coming up in the CAS exam. I know we've got no control of the CAS exam here, but these changes are stealth. They are going to reduce oversight of public housing and what is public housing and what gets regulated, because the developer is going to build it first and the government's going to buy it afterwards and put it in somebody else's name. And it leaves, they had it on the CAS exam. How about if the government grabs a grant, but Stanford builds it and blah, blah, blah. These are efforts to separate public housing from enforcement. You might not see it, but 4450 should stay in this definition. Should not be taken out. By the way, 12955.1 just refers to public housing. It doesn't define it. So you're not gaining anything there. All right, that's all I have. Thank you so much.
You have 3 questions remaining.
This is Bob Raymer, representing the California Building Industry Association and the 6 other industry groups in the coalition. In the sake of being brief, I'd just like to reiterate the comments made earlier this morning in strong support of the DSA proposal. Thank you.
You have 1 question remaining.
Hello, this is Dara Scher. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. We support this item only if the public housing definition is also adopted by DSA. We are very appreciative of the commissioner's vote on that definition on the HCD agenda, and we hope for the same result this afternoon when the definition comes up as part of the DSA agenda, not just the HCD agenda. But if it should not pass, then this should not pass, because the public housing, private housing available for public use would need to stay in if the definition wasn't changed. However, I appreciate Mr. Schmidt's concern, but the revised definition covers any property that is part of a government program or that has any public funding in it, because it is then being built by, for, or behalf of a public entity. So any program that provides funding for housing, including private housing, the ownership includes housing that's privately owned, if it's part of a housing program, would be covered under the new definition. So again, we support this change in conjunction with the public housing definition change, because we believe it does require any housing that is part of a government program, that has government funding, that is built by, for, or on behalf of a public entity, regardless of whether there's money in it, would in fact be covered. And that is in fact the language of the ADA, which covers anything a government does in relation to housing, and that has been incorporated here. So thank you very much.
You have 0 questions remaining.
All right. BSC staff, were there any written comments submitted?
No, no comments for that item.
All right, and we would like to go back to the Division of the State Architect now and give them a chance to respond to the public comments.
Well, in light of Mr. Timish's comment and the comment that Dara made to clarify that, the receipt of public funds could be one of those elements that a public entity uses. But we wanted to make it clear that that isn't the only thing. And I think what has happened in the past, potentially there are housing projects, and depending on what sort of assistance that project might get, people might think, well, they're not getting any public funds, so this can't be public housing. So I think that creates the issue, and that's part of the reason that we took a look at this and we realized we needed to back that off a little bit and make people understand it could be low income housing tax credits. It could be any number of things that a public entity uses as part of their program that provides housing. The other thing is, when you look to 1295 or 12955.1C, as it states there, regulations adopting building standards necessary to implement, interpret, or make specific the provisions of this section shall be developed by the Division of the State Architect for Public Housing. And that is exactly what we're doing with our definition for public housing and these other code changes that we've put forth related to public housing. So thank you.
Commissioners, is there any follow-up discussion? All right, that concludes the public comment portion. I'll turn item 1.01 back over to the commissioners and entertain a motion at this time to consider the Division of the State Architect's proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Building Code.
Commissioner Sasaki, move to approve.
Commissioner Mickelson, second.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded that item 1.01 is approved. Is there any further discussions from the commissioners regarding this motion? All right, hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, please conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelson,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell.
Aye.
The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Thank you. Going to go to starting with page 2 of 42. Item 2.01, 2.02, 2.03, 2.04, 2.05, 2.06, 2.07, 2.08, 2.09, and item 2.10, 2.10 will be considered next. If I could have the Division of the State Architect representative please introduce themselves and present these items. Oh, I think you're on, Derek. We can't hear you.
You have no volume. That's a good sign.
Yeah. We can hear you.
Okay.
Yes.
Hey.
All right, great. Thank you. And thank you for bearing with me. My name is Derek Shaw. I am the supervising architect with the division of the state architect. And I work with the accessibility unit as well as our green team. I'll go ahead and present a bulk of the definitions that were just recited. However, I will partway through turn it back over to Susan Moe to address the housing related items. So item 2.01 is an amendment to the existing definition of blended transition. Here, the primary elements that we're trying to address is one, revising it for better grammar. Secondly, to remove the term pedestrian access route, which is not used within the other sections that are adopted by DSA AC, and instead replace it with the more appropriate term circulation path. And then third, to change from the term pedestrian street crossing to utilize the term vehicular way to indicate the level that is referenced there. So with that, I can certainly answer any questions about this item, or I can proceed to the next one at the commission's direction.
Why don't we cover all the way through 2.10 and then we'll give the commissioners a chance to ask questions.
Thank you. The next item is item 2.02. This is a new definition being proposed for bottle filling station. This is in conjunction and coordination with scoping and technical requirements that are proposed elsewhere in this package. The next item is item 2.03. This amends the existing definition of circulation path. And here we wanted to clarify that circulation path is a term that includes both accessible and non-accessible prepared exterior or interior ways of passage. The important thing here is that a lot of code users have misunderstood the term circulation path and thought that it exclusively applied to non-accessible prepared surfaces, but that's not true. Actually, an accessible route is a circulation path. A non-accessible path is a circulation path. But a circulation path is not limited to only non-accessible prepared surfaces. Okay, the next item, item 2.04. Here we are making a minor amendment to the existing definition of curb ramp, and we're indicating that this is a prepared surface. This is so as to distinguish other types of sloping surfaces, for example, natural features. Okay, the next item is item 2.05. This is an amendment to the existing definition of detectable warning. And here we are adding language which will highlight that, that the detectable warnings are for the purpose of warning persons with visual impairments of hazards on the circulation path. Okay. The next item, item 2.06, is a new definition for drive aisle. This definition reads, a vehicular way provided within a parking facility that connects vehicular entrances, parking stalls, electric vehicle charging stations, passenger loading zones, and vehicular exits. This definition is proposed in conjunction and coordination with several other proposals elsewhere in the package that address parking facilities, drive aisles, and circulation paths. The next definition is item 2.07. This is a new definition proposed for the term driveway. And like the preceding definition, it is proposed in conjunction and coordination with several other code items that we'll run into a little further on in the package. This definition reads as follows: driveway, a vehicular way providing access between a public way and a building, parking facility, or other off-street area. A driveway may provide access to drive aisles in a parking facility. The next item is item 2.08. Here where DSA is proposing to strike the existing definition of the term pedestrian way. With the amendments in other parts of this package, we will no longer be using the phrase pedestrian way, and so we have no need to define it. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Sue for presentation of item 2.09.
Sorry, I had to unmute myself. Thank you, Derek. I'm not sure how much more you need to hear from me on the definition of public housing. I think we pretty well covered it when we did the presentation during HCD's rulemaking, but I will be happy to answer any other questions you might have. But as Dara commented before, the definition of public housing goes along with the definition of public use. And when you look at that definition of public use, what we're proposing there is striking the last sentence that says, in the context of public housing, public use is the provision of housing programs by, for, or on behalf of a public entity. And what we find is people get confused with that terminology, private housing available for public use. They're not sure what that means. And sometimes they look at that and they think, well, what about some of the housing like social service center establishments, housing at a place of education, or homeless shelters that are also regulated by 11B, but are identified in the definition of a place of public accommodation. So we just wanted to be sure to, again, clean up some of this terminology. So what we're proposing in that definition, like I said, is just striking that sentence that refers to the public use. So with that, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
All right, and Derek, is that the conclusion, or did you have anything additional regarding 2.10? I think Sue covered it. But...
Thank you. We have not yet presented item 2.10. Sue, would you go ahead and present that for public use definition?
She did. We're good. Oh, you're on mute, Sue.
Oh, okay. Again, that item 11B 10, what we're looking at there is, again, just clarifying that definition of public use. And really, as I said, all we're doing there is getting rid of that last sentence in the definition that it states private housing available for public use. So that's what we're addressing in that item. And it goes along with our definitions of public housing. And then also what we did in the previous item that you approved, and that's that item again where it references public use. So as I said, the only thing that we're doing in that particular section is getting rid of that reference to private housing available for public use.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
We will now take public comments. If you wish to speak on items two.
I think we need to go to commission first.
Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped ahead. Skipping the commissioners, how rude of me. Okay, so thank you for the overview on item 2.01 through 2.10. This is now open for commissioner discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel?
Yes, Commissioner Patel, I had a couple of questions. The first, Derek, is you've included the term prepared exterior or interior way. I'm talking about the definition, I'm sorry, for circulation path and curb ramp. And it seems like we're using the words prepared surface. And I think it's intended to give clarity, but is there a definition for prepared surface?
Okay. No, there is not a definition for prepared surface. This is a term that is utilized in other definitions. I believe sidewalk and walk inclusive.
Is it meant to be a prepared surface? So if you use D&G or if you use some other material, as long as you're building up that surface, would you consider that a prepared surface?
Yes, decomposed granite would be considered a prepared surface. It would additionally need to comply with the accessible route requirements, which would typically require that any decomposed granite be prepared with some sort of a binder so that it could remain firm, stable, and slip resistant.
Okay. And is that term used anywhere else? Is it used in the federal guidelines, or is that something that we came up with?
That's a term that's been used in California Building Code Chapter 11B for many, many years in other terms or in other contexts.
All right. Thanks. And my other question had to do with drive aisles. As part of the definition, we talk about a vehicular way connecting two things. The one thing I don't see is connecting a driveway. And I'm wondering if that would help, because it seems like you've got drive aisle and driveway. You've got the driveway that's looking for the drive aisle to connect to it. Should it refer back to each other as well?
Typically, a driveway is not part of the parking area. In these definitions of driveway and drive aisle, when taken together, a driveway will connect you to a parking area. But then once you're within the parking area, then it's the drive aisle that the car drivers will typically use to gain access to the parking spaces, to the electric vehicle charging stations, and so on.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Welcome.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner?
No comment.
Commissioner Mickelson?
Yes, I have a question. I'm still sorting through the sort of web work that you've created to try to clarify application of detectable warnings through your whole package. And I can see a certain logic there along with the circulation path and trying to create a distinction, I think, between places where a circulation path is defined as something that's above a parking space or other element or vehicular way versus a condition where you might have a flush transition or a change that needs a detectable warning. So in that context, can you explain the change from pedestrian street crossing to vehicular way? Because I'm wondering if it's the intention to treat something like a service alley the same as a street crossing. This is always, I think, confusing for code users. And I see out in the built environment some, frankly, pretty hilarious applications of the detectable warnings when it's unclear how different components are to be defined and whether or not what we had before as a hazardous vehicular way, what's considered hazardous and worthy of a detectable warning. So I'm wondering if the blended transition definition here is part of that web of trying to address that problem. Maybe you could talk to that a little bit.
Well, yes, it is. It is certainly related, but maybe less strongly related than many of the other elements with regard to detectable warnings issue in general. Our proposal to strike the term pedestrian street crossing and replace it with the term vehicular way recognizes that blended transitions may occur at street crossings, certainly, but they may occur at other locations where the level of the sidewalk or walk is transitioned to the vehicular way. They may occur there. Now, it depends on the geometry of that connection. We see here in the blended transition that it's specific and it currently is specific to those connections that have a grade of 5% or less. So typically these would fall generally within the range of a walk or sidewalk running slope. And so here, and this is where it's specifically related to the issue of detectable warnings, here we will be the code user will be able to recognize that connection, that this sort of facility that's provided is termed a blended transition, and then there's a clear code path to the application of detectable warnings for blended transitions. So in that manner, yes, they are connected.
Okay, thank you. And so I guess I was getting caught up on the word blended, where I think of like in a parking garage, we have a blended curve between a ramp going up and approach. And a blended transition could be completely flat. Actually, you're defining it as, well, we're not defining it as, sorry, we are defining it as 5% or less still.
Yes, sir.
Right, so it could be flush and flat.
Yes, it most certainly could be flush, and furthermore, it could transition from a walking surface to the vehicular area, where both of them are at approximately the same elevation. So not only may the transition be flush, but also the approaches from either direction may be quite similar. And for people who are blind or visually impaired, it can be difficult to discern where the end of the walking surface stops and where the beginning of the vehicle surface occurs. And so therefore the importance of linking it with the detectable warnings for the blended transition conditions.
And I'm going to ask something now about, well, actually, I'm going to leave off loading zones until later, but this is related to that as well. Well, I'll go ahead, sorry, and ask that now, because in the condition of a loading zone, if you have a vehicle pull-up space, the parallel access aisle, and the sidewalk, we're defining that there's no detectable warning allowed in the vehicle parking space or the loading zone. But then if the flush curb would be considered a blended transition, then is that correct?
Commissioner, if I understand your scenario that you described, so you would have a loading, a loading and unloading space. You've got the loading zone adjacent to it, which is like an access aisle, but for the loading zone. And then outside of and beyond the the loading zone, then you transition to the sidewalk area through a blended transition?
Correct.
Yes, that is certainly possible. In fact, if you look at the existing figure in Chapter 11B that describes that, that loading and unloading zone, you'll see that the area that depicts the sidewalk does not illustrate a curb ramp or a blended transition. There are actually many ways to make that transition from the loading zone to the sidewalk or walk that's there. It can certainly be made by a blended transition as long as it's treated appropriately. And quite often we see, even today, that transition is frequently made by curb ramps, which again also need to be treated appropriately.
So then the blended transition, so I'm trying to figure out whether by changing these various definitions, we wind up with a resulting change in that scenario where you have on a street, you have a pull off for a loading zone with that, that's the first piece. Second piece is the vehicle. Second piece is the loading zone. And then the third piece is the sidewalk, and all are flush. Are we changing the location required for the detectable warnings as a result of the change of these various definitions? Or can you have the ability to walk from the street, if there's no car there, without knowing, right through the access aisle and into the street proper?
There's nothing in the definitions that would change that relationship. There is a proposal that's later in our package that addresses the detectable warning placement at parallel curb ramps, which could be used to make that transition from the loading zone to the sidewalk. And so in that other section, there would be changes to the detectable warnings. However, the changes that are proposed in that other section still retain the requirement for a strip of detectable warnings noting the transition between the turning space at the bottom of the parallel curb ramp and the vehicle area, in this case, the loading zone.
So the reason I'm bringing this up now is that it seems, in looking at this and item 29, and I guess we're going to vote on this first and then move to item 29 later, that there's the potential for, because of 29 disallowing detectable warnings in the pull-up space and in the access aisle, and then blended transitions not requiring a strip of detectable warnings between the sidewalk and the access aisle. And we have requirements for between a sidewalk or a pedestrian way and a drive aisle, but we're not addressing that with the parallel passenger drop-off and loading zone. So it seems to me that the result of all of the changes we're going to be talking about is that a parallel passenger drop-off or loading zone will potentially have no detectable detectable warning strips to alert people of the vehicular way on the other side of that striped access aisle.
I don't agree with that assessment of our code change items. Currently in the building code, and as far as I know, unchanged through these proposals, there is a requirement for detectable warnings at blended transitions. And so that strip of detectable warnings helps to mark that transition between the pedestrian area and in your scenario, going into the loading zone. So at that transition, yes, there is the requirement in the code unchanged by our current proposal for detectable warnings.
Okay, so would that apply both to an access aisle and to a flush, let's say, to keep it simple, flush access aisle that's flush with the adjacent sidewalk, as well as a flush sidewalk that's at the level of a parallel access aisle drop off?
Yes, the with our proposals that you'll be hearing today, we've come into a more standardized set of requirements for the placement of the detectable warnings, with the primary rationale behind it is that those detectable warnings must be placed on the sidewalk or walking surface, sometimes augmented by the curb ramp in these cases, but between that and the vehicle areas. Now, an access aisle or a loading zone are a little bit of both. Okay, they're vehicle areas because they're used for the service of the vehicle, but they're also used as pedestrian spaces that lead to and facilitate transfer into vehicles that are parked or vehicles that are there to pick up their passengers. So I don't think that we're losing any of the detectable warnings location. What I can say, though, is as we get into some of these other sections about the prohibition of detectable warnings in a variety of spaces, including access aisles, it's DSA's opinion that they're currently prohibited under the current code without any of these proposals. But our proposed language for each of those several items is intended to clarify that one point, is that when, and we will get to this, when the language in the ADA standards and the California Building Code tells us that changes in level are not permitted, we need to recognize that that includes all changes in level, not just those changes in level that are identified as a section within Chapter 3 of the ADA standards or Chapter 11B, Division 3 of the California Building Code. So often we've heard the comments, and we've even received counter comments to some of our proposals as we've gone through development, that that section in Division 3, which talks about changes in level, it tells us that up to 1/4 of an inch can be handled without any treatment. Of that being where you have a lower surface and a slightly raised surface that's a 1/4 inch difference. The ADA standards and Chapter 11B of the Building Code tells us that that transition can be made with no ramp or beveled treatment at all. Okay, recognizing that the height of a detectable warning in California is 0.20 inches. Certainly that's below the 1/4 of an inch threshold that we talk about in Division 3. And so the argument, I think, generally sincerely proposed, is that at 0.2 inches of detectable warnings would be allowed within access aisles and drop-off zones. But what really is happening when detectable warnings are located in those areas, that people who use wheelchairs are doing fine maneuvering in order to position themselves just right so that they can transition into a vehicle or coming out of the vehicle. And so the detectable warnings, or really any other changes in level within those zones, is a hindrance. It's an obstruction to the safe and proper use of those access aisles and loading aisles.
Good, thank you. And I completely agree with that. And I'm glad that the prohibition is going to be clarified. later. So you've answered my questions. I think I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Santillan?
Is that for me?
Yes, do you have any?
No comment for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sasaki?
No comment.
Commissioner Allegre?
No comment.
Commissioner Stockwell?
No comment.
Right. Anyone else? Is there any further follow-up discussion? All right, we will now take public comments. If you wish to speak on items 2.01 through 2.10, please put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you check the phone?
You have 4 questions remaining.
Yeah, hi, this is Tim Timish. I am organized here, and I wanted to address several items. If I could list those off for you so that you have some idea which items matter to me. It's 2.03 circulation path, 2.04 curb ramp, 2.05 detectable warning, and 2.08 the striking of pedestrian way. Point of question is 2.09 still on the table?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right. So I'd like to address that as well. I'll keep my comments. I'll try not to repeat my comments there, but I would like to emphasize 1 or 2 things. To start with, on circulation path, the suggested revision would take us back, or would make our definition of circulation path less than that of ADAS, which does not restrict circulation paths to those that are accessible versus not accessible. It doesn't add those words. So I think we should leave our definition the way it is. What's at stake? In the legal field, I will tell you that circulation path and what it means and how it is interpreted is a flashpoint for store aisles. Courts appreciate the difference between accessible route, what the definition of accessible, the combination of elements, and circulation path. And they, at least one bad decision has construed them so that your store aisles don't have to be accessible, only the main arterial aisles going through the store. That means that if you're using a wheelchair and can't get between those daisy racks that form an island, you've got to wait till a store clerk finishes at the register and comes to you and helps you get between those, or brings clothes to you to look at, brings sizes to you. That's not a resolved question in the court. We only have 1 negative decision, but this change to circulation path will defeat the efforts of individuals with disabilities to try to gain better access to the full width of the store between those movable racks. That's what's at stake. In summary, on 2.03, this is a reduction. It's outside DSA's jurisdiction under criteria number 2, and it should be rejected as it lowers us, in this instance, below ADAS's definition, which does not have those words. And I would just add the point that you'll notice in the last 4 or 5 code cycles, most of the action that is proposed is happening in these definitions. In other words, if you try to insert an exception in the main part of 11B, people see what's at stake and you get a lot of comment. Whereas some of these changes to definitions, the objective isn't so clear, they're passed off as just clarifying things, and the building standards should almost be asking for an environmental impact report. How is this going to affect all the other areas of the code? Where is this
term used. That's the only way you're going to understand what's at stake and what otherwise looks like innocuous changes. Those comments kind of frame moving on to 2.04, which I also oppose on criteria number 2, is it adds the word prepared. A natural surface can act as a curb ramp in certain situations. In other words, they should have a formal curb ramp there. And adding the word prepared reduces enforcement. Again, I'll take you to ADAS. ADAS has a much simpler definition than we have for curb ramps. I don't like our definitions on grounds outside of the changes they're trying to make here. Their definition is that it's a surface that rises up or passes through a curb. That's all they say, yet we have this long, windy definition. And now we want to restrict it even further than ADAS and say it's only where it's been prepared. In other words, not prepared, potentially, aren't included. I understand we can rely upon scoping and make arguments about accessible route, but adding this word prepared vastly complicates the ability to enforce these things. It provides counter arguments that building standards does not want to provide to defeat access. If I can move on to 2.05, the definition of detectable warning. I understand this has support from the community of individuals with vision disabilities. And in that sense, I want to support it. I know I can't wordsmith this thing. I'm hoping you guys will solicit the wordsmithing for me from the presenters. But detectable warnings in many instances are designed for persons with vision disabilities, the bottom of the curb ramp, for instance. But there's other instances where they help a wide range of disabilities, including persons who use wheelchairs. The classic example would be the loading platform at BART. A wheelchair user that's an extreme hazard to an individual in wheelchairs, and the detectable warning helps. Remember that individuals with wheelchairs will approach that surface from 2 different directions, coming forward and backing up. Coming forward, they sit lower, they have depth perception problems, and they're just as likely to go off that edge without a warning. Going backwards, you're handling your luggage, you're saying goodbye, and you back up. Well, that detectable warning tells you slow down or beware what's behind you. This addition that they're putting in was taken out in 2013. It conforms our definition perfectly, word for word, by taking the words out to ADAS's definition. Putting it back in restricts the standing of persons with who use wheelchairs in court to enforce detectable warnings. It says by sticking these words in, persons who use wheelchairs won't be able to complain about that loading platform and other examples. They won't be allowed to complain about curbs. Remember, curbs are also a detectable warning. And in some instances, we were just talking about what's going to become, I forgot the term, the islands, that curbs protect me while I'm using my chair from the adjoining traffic. It tells them where you can drive and where I operate my chair. So we don't want to restrict detectable warnings below ADAS to just only individuals with vision impairments. But I did speak to an individual in the community, and we had suggested language, which is to say that in the middle, where they were adding the language, say that the detectable warning is designed to warn persons with disabilities, including those with vision loss, of hazards on the circulation path. That preserves the standing of everyone affected to enforce the technical warnings and doesn't, and keeps it from being limited to persons with vision disabilities. I just have a brief comment on 2.08, the striking of pedestrian way. Again, I mentioned the environmental impact report. I don't know all the implications of eliminating that, but I do see that it's still used in 11B.303.5 for pedestrian protection, that term, and it's also used in 11B.602.9 pedestrian ways. I superimposed those two sections were superimposed. I got the titles switched up, but I'm not sure that definition should be eliminated until we understand how that impacts those two other sections. Last, on the definition of public housing, you heard me. I gave a long argument about how eliminating references to ownership and operation can have an effect in certain instances of placing housing outside of regulation. The first comment I would like to make in response to what I heard back from the commissioner is that the things we say on the record here at these proceedings doesn't help anyone in court to enforce these regulations. They only look at the regulations. So my main objection was that note. I don't know why we're changing the code through notes by the building standard, but that note saying that seismic strengthening is exempted will operate exactly like that. The courts will say, okay, seismic strengthening is exempted. They don't have access to the commissioner saying, no, that'll still be enforced through the alteration standard. They're not going to read it that way. And for something so weighty as seismic strengthening in that note to pass through there, it's just, I can't tell you how bad that hurts public housing. The other thing they stick in that note is density incentives. Well, you don't know how they're going to pass those funds and how they're going to label them. And you don't know that the government is going to stay involved with the housing project. So there are a lot, this whole housing definition provides all kinds of avenues for the government to fund it, but never be involved in the construction, never be involved in the operation, and by that, never have it be subject to enforcement. So I think that the commission still has this item up. You passed it through in HCD's proposal, but now you're reconsidering it in effect. And I would just urge you to leave in the words ownership and operation in the opening paragraph. I would urge you to maintain item 7, and I would urge you to strike the note. Strike the note. Nobody on this commission has read that note and knows what they're trying to exempt from public housing enforcement through that note. It is so broad. Please take a hard look at that. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You have 4 questions remaining.
Hello, this is Dara. Sure, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, my headset is not working. So anyway, thank you for the opportunity to comment. I wanted to address the public housing definition. And I really appreciate the commissioner's vote on the HCD item and urge you to make the same decision on the DSA item. I will say that I appreciate Mr. Temesh's concerns, but I want to say a couple of things about them. First of all, if you look in regard to item 2.10, if you look at the language, he was uncomfortable with item 7 striking private housing for public use. But if you look at the language of the existing public use definition, it says that public use is a provision of housing programs by or on behalf of a public entity, which is exactly the language that's in the new definition. So I agree with the choice to adopt item 2.10 if we adopt the public housing definition in 2.09, because the exact same language will still be there. I also want to note that I think that the definition is much broader than the existing definition in terms of encompassing many of the types of housing and types of funding that Mr. Chimesh is concerned about. I also believe that there is some very useful information in the note. It may be that in future code cycles we need to look at a couple of pieces of it, but I think generally the thrust of the note is accurate and very important for guiding code users to additional resources in this very, very complicated area where there are overlapping federal code requirements, depending on a multiplicity of different sources. So I think it is a very helpful and useful definition. I also would like to say that I think it's very important that we provide this clarification. I was involved in that litigation. We've been involved in this issue since 2012 around the state, and there is a huge amount of confusion, and I believe this definition of public housing is a huge step forward. I really want to thank everybody involved, Bob Raymer and his colleagues, certainly the staff at both HCD and DSA have been extremely helpful in working through this very complicated issue, and I want to thank them. So I urge you to support the public housing definition in the DSA package as well as the HCD package. I do also want to comment on item 2.0 5.
Can you hold for just one moment? Sorry, one moment. I think we lost our captioning. Twyla or Danielle. I'm not sure which one of you needs to be captioning at the moment. If someone can let me know and I can get the appropriate person assigned.
Hi, can you put me on, Twyla, as captionist?
Yes. Okay. I have that assigned to you, but do you have that? Oh, great. Okay, sorry. Our caller can proceed then. Sorry about that.
No, no problem. Do I need to repeat anything?
No, we're just gonna, with wherever you left off.
Okay, thank you. So I think where I left off that I was urging the commission to support the public housing definition and the related change in the definition of public use. And thank you again, commissioners, for all of your support and your vote earlier this morning. I would like to briefly address the comment by Mr. Chimesh on 2.05. I think he raised a really good point about detectable warnings serving multiple portions of the disability community and their importance for that reason. And so I'd like to change our earlier support position to an opposed position on 2.05. Thank you very much.
You have 2 questions remaining.
Hi, this is John Caparelli. I'm the building official for the city of Santa Clarita. I have concerns regarding some of the items that will be coming up later, specifically 11B, 18, and 19. But I felt the need to speak at this time regarding item 2.01, which is the definition of blended transition, because this plays together with 11B, 18, and 19 very closely. The definition of blended transition will read, if these changes are adopted, a raised pedestrian crossing, depressed corner, or similar connection we're going to see later with some of the changes coming up that only through a very broad interpretation of the term blended transition are several types of safe and accessible elements going to be permitted if these changes are adopted. And you know, when I read that definition, and also the question posed by the commissioner to Mr. Shaw in that conversation, it became clear that the intent of DSA is that the definition of blended transition applies to things like flush transitions, if I heard correctly, or the example that was brought up was a loading zone, passenger loading zone, and that would be considered a blended transition. However, when I read this definition, I don't think a strong case can really be made that you can sort of shoehorn those types of items into this definition. When I go look at the PROAG has a figure of a blended transition. The Caltrans standard has a figure of a blended transition. And when you look at those, it's clear that they're talking about a street corner where you have that blended corner in multiple directions, where the street rises up to meet the level of the sidewalk. And that is what a blended transition really is. And so my concern is that this definition, if it goes through as written, it's going to be very hard for code users to look at something like a smooth transition at a loading zone, or look at a flush transition and realize that that's supposed to be considered a blended transition. I think this definition would do better to be more broad and more clear. And I think, if possible, I would also like to put forward that this item 2.01 should be deferred until later when we talk about items 11B 18 and 11B 19, because this item is so closely related to those sections. If there's a way for the commission to defer this and maybe consider this item when those other items are considered, I think it might be better. Thank you.
You have one question remaining.
This is Connie Arnold. Can you hear me?
Yes.
On these comments on these items, I would concur with, well, I have a lot of respect for Darsher and Tim Timish. And on the public housing, I would share some of the similar concerns that Tim Timish has raised, and in particular, about the removal of seismic retrofit type situations and what that will do to public housing and the definition. And so I initially supported that definition of public housing, but I think what's most important is, with whatever the definitions and the changes are, what is the court going to say about it? Because ultimately, the enforcement will come down to somebody taking legal action to try to resolve a problem that they're facing as a person with a disability, and how will the courts interpret it? So I think what we'll see is some of the things may turn out not in the favor of the disability community, and some may not. Some may be fine. But what all of us want as a person with a disability, and I've been disabled since age 6, is to have equal access as everybody else. So, you know, looking at some of these items, the 2.01 and the blended transition, I was kind of concerned about removing pedestrian access route. And it seems like the circulation path and the separate definition for it is confusing, but I particularly think about particular situations, because a raised pedestrian crossing, depressed corner, or similar connection sounds like some sort of a curb ramp. Okay, and then I'm concerned about a circulation path rather than a pedestrian access route, because the circulation path to me sounds like it's more of a rounded area So for instance, I don't know how it would be interpreted in relation to this. You have a electric vehicle charging station, and you had to back your van into it because the access, you needed to use the access aisle, and it was on the side. Let's say you're a driver that has a passenger who is in a wheelchair, and it was not on the driver's, it was not on the passenger side or the right-hand side if you're in a van, like a van unloading. And you had to back into the parking space. Now, behind your parking space is a block wall. And on top of the block wall is the charging unit for the vehicle. And if you put in pedestrian access route, is a circulation path going to be more around the vehicle than behind, having access behind the vehicle that actually would lead to a sidewalk or walkway? Anyway, I don't know the answer to that. In terms of the item 2.02 on the bottle filling station, while it says that those fixtures can be part of or integral to a drinking fountain, I would hope it would not obstruct knee clearance, and there's nothing about that. On item 2.03, on the circulation path, I would have the same concern that Tim Kimish raised about access in terms of how it would impact access to stores and interior paths around merchandise, and would hope that we don't see a change in that, and I would not accept that change based on criteria 2 and on the legislation at 4459A, because we want to have access. So I've already experienced this because I live in Elk Grove, and I went to the store to Kohl's, and I had been able to go around looking at all the women's clothing. And then the next thing I know, all I could do was access the main aisle and not around the merchandise. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? This isn't right. I don't want to go back to the days of my childhood when you couldn't take a stroller or a wheelchair user couldn't get around the merchandise, or having access, full and equal access to all of the areas that anybody else would have access to. So I have a real concern about that. I have a concern about it saying accessible or non-accessible prepared exterior. Because when you say the word prepared, what are you defining that as? Are you defining that as cement or a dirt walkway or, tile inside a store? So I'm raising that as a concern. On curb ramp, it says a prepared surface. I don't like that saying a prepared surface, because that to me just means a curb ramp. And it means it's concrete, but what if it's a dirt walkway? And let me give you this example, okay? You have a big venue that's like a raceway, and they have different locations in there, and some of it may lead to dirt walkways. And you're talking about a prepared surface. To me, a pedestrian way is a pedestrian way, whether it's dirt or concrete or whatever. And I'll give you a wider, broader example of a parking lot. all the parking spaces are undefined because they're dirt. So now they don't fall in the area of accessibility to count the number of parking spaces to know how many have to be accessible, because you have a whole section that is dirt. So you're eliminating access by defining it, to me, as prepared surface to be concrete or some kind of crushed gravel, like somebody said. But that seems much more limiting to me. Okay, so then on item 2.05, I think that it should read differently, because let me give you a real life example. I think it should read, a standardized surface features built in or applied to a walking surfaces or other elements to warn persons with disabilities, including those with vision losses, loss of hazards on a circulation path. Or, to me, I would say path of travel rather than circulation path. The reason for that is I was walking with my friend one evening. We were trying to find this church. He was in front of me and it was dusk. And your view from a wheelchair, from a seated position, isn't the same. Well, needless to say, he didn't see the stairs. He took the stairs and screamed, "Don't follow me." I was literally right behind him. I would have gone down the flight of stairs just like he did in his wheelchair. I have gone to the light rail station nearby, and if it wasn't for the detectable warning, and I barely noticed it at the last minute, I would have taken a whole flight of stairs there instead of seeing the ramp off to the side. So that's important to have remedy. If you're in those situations, they apply to all people with disabilities that need or use that, or you're on an upper level and they tell you, you don't want to take the stairs and you need to be able to see where the stairs are. So that's important. On the issue of drive aisle, I'm not real sure about that one. So I'm just looking at the code sections here. That item was 2.06. I can tell you, growing up, it was like the driveways were the curb ramps. And that's under 2.07. And in some cases, driveways, you do use the driveways for access. This is meant to be if you're driving a vehicle, but then are you defining that? Pedestrian way. I want to keep 2.08, a route which a pedestrian may pass. Because to me, that should be maintained. That's what you do. For instance, you might be at the Mountain Play Theater in Mill Valley, and you're still a pedestrian passing on a route, even if the route is not a sidewalk. It's a hardened dirt type surface. And I am concerned just about somewhat about the public housing, and I guess time will tell. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak about these sections. I think that's as far as you're going, right? You haven't gone to 2.10.
2.10 is included in this.
It is?
Yes.
Okay. Well, having lived in a condo in the past, there were problems around the pool area or common use area. And that would be a public area. So I would just keep in mind some of the way you define this. I can't give you anything specific on 2.10, but thank you for the opportunity to speak.
You have one question remaining.
Hello, this is Colleen DeLille. And I've been working on accessibility standards since 1980 79, when I put together a coalition of 36 organizations and individuals, and we came in together with Calvo on a 36-page mutual position paper presented to the Building Standards Commission for the very first set of access standards in California. And what's happening right now is just tragic. And I can't hold those who are in opposition right now and have bringing up concerns. It's just very, very, very last minute. What the problem is that neither DSA nor HCD have bothered to do enough outreach so that we could discover these problems much, much earlier, months earlier than what we're finding out today. I was contacted by Dara and Natasha and really happy to see what they were doing. They said they've been working on this for 4 years, and they've managed to bring all these disparate groups, often opposing groups, together to agree on changing the definition so that accessible housing is really made available to people with disabilities. And now we find out that inherent in all of these changes are some changes to definitions that actually end up excluding people from the built environment. So what we have is very, very inadequate, criminally inadequate work on behalf of the staff of both HCD and DSA. And that we have not been able to address these issues, look at them. There are solutions. Of course there's solutions. You don't have to deny access on one hand to get it on the other hand. And I understand that as commissioners, you can't really understand what it's like to be confronted with obstacles everywhere you go in your daily life. Our only hope has been that we would get enforcement. Well, we have lousy enforcement at the local level in the building departments, etc. So our next hope has been that we seek court enforcement of our access rights. And that has been changed and made almost impossible now. We are treated like no other minority is treated. Can you imagine if a Black person was refused service at a restaurant, that they would have to write a letter to the restaurant owner and beg that he redress that and train his staff so that they serve people with that much pigment in their skin? Can you imagine them having to go through that? Well, we do. In order to receive service, we have to write the owner of the restaurant or the establishment and beg them to please stop discriminating against us. That's what the laws in California are now.
Ma'am,
So we're not an equal minority.
Ma'am,
We are not even listed as a minority.
can I make sure
We're
that
something
your
less.
opinion
We're
about the
something
items
less
that we're
human.
talking about are going to
And
be captured?
It's a problem that the state agencies must address. We've got to have adequate discussion and notice put out to everyone so that we don't have this last minute tragedy that's happening, that's unfolding before our very eyes right now, where we have to choose something that this great agency has worked on for 4 years, accept that, or lose access in other areas at the same time. This should never, never have happened. And I would ask the commission, please, to direct the agencies to do adequate community input work. This is a tragedy and a travesty. Thank you.
You have 0 questions remaining.
All right, it's been about a little over 90 minutes since we had our lunch break, so we're going to take a 10-minute break. It is 3:11 now, so we'll come back at 3:21. Thank you.
Did you mute me?
I did.
And then I unmuted me, sorry. Sorry about that.
Okay. Alrighty, welcome back. We had left off with commenters on the phone, so I'll ask BSC staff if there were any written comments submitted prior to the meeting.
A couple of the people who commented on the phone had sent in comments, but there are 2 items that we haven't addressed yet. Mr. Timish addressed them, and there was, I think, number 18 and 19.
Yes.
They'll come up later on.
All right. So that concludes the public comment portion. I want to ask the commissioners if they have any follow-up discussion.
This is Commissioner Santillan. I'd just like to ask staff make comments back, representatives from DSA, on the comments made by some of the callers. Specifically, I heard the word ADAP a few times. I just wanted to get the response back from DSA.
This is Commissioner Sasaki. So, you know, I'm listening to these commentators, then I'm looking through the package. Can you tell me whether most of those comments that were provided, particularly the earlier calls and Mr. Timish, were comments that were provided either in the 15 or 45 day? It doesn't look like that. And I'm just, anyway, I'm bringing this up just, you know, obviously there's a comment about outreach, and I'm just, you know, that is a that has been a whatever consistent comment, I think, amongst
Your opening statement.
disability folks. But anyway, if you can answer that too, whether or not those comments were in either the 15 or 45 day question periods, comment periods.
All right, click that. Okay, can everybody hear me now?
Yes.
Good, thank you. I think with regard to our process and the comment period, Acting State Architect Claire was quite specific to that point in her opening statements. And our outreach included 5 sessions during which, excuse me, our outreach included 5 sessions from January to May 2019. That was for a task force of stakeholders to address amending scoping regulations for detectable warning surfaces. Additionally, DSA's Access Code Collaborative met in 4 all-day sessions from May through October 2019 to provide their comments on our draft proposals, as well as to help assess public comments that were heard during our public outreach meetings.
A little slower.
Yes, I will. Thank you. And then additionally, our public meetings, we conducted, I think it was 2 public meetings that were open and broadly available to everyone.
Eric, could I add one comment to that if you don't mind?
Please do.
Yeah, just to let you know too, the Access Code Collaborative meetings are not strictly only for the people who serve on the Access Code Collaborative. The public can listen in. They don't comment during the Access Code Collaborative meetings because they're not one of the ACC members, but they, you know, they can certainly listen in to all of those Access Code Collaborative meetings.
Well, I have a more specific, a more specific question about whether or not a comment, particular comment had come up before, but that was by Mr. Timish. And it's regarding the definition or the change to circulation path with the addition of, I think the words accessible and non-accessible. I guess he brought up the point that that he says, you know, based on his whatever litigation experience, court experience, that's the circulation path is a flashpoint word. I could understand that. Anyway, I just wondering, was that point ever brought up before about that the amendment could anyway, it could pose some problems with just those simple words of accessible and non-accessible?
I do not recall Mr. Timish submitting any comments of that general nature. We did certainly receive comments from Mr. Timish, both verbally in his participation in some of our public outreach meetings and in written form, if I recall correctly. So he was participating in the process, but no, I don't recall anything specific to any flashpoints that came along with the definition of circulation path and including the terminology accessible and non-accessible. You know, when we look at how the term circulation path is used in the ADA standards and in the same manner within the California Building Code Chapter 11B, we see that circulation path is broadly used. For example, with regard to hazards, then certainly overhead hazards and other projecting hazards are prohibited on any circulation paths. If the ADA standards were interested in having the protections provided only on accessible routes, they would have used the terminology accessible routes. Instead, they chose to use the broader term circulation path, which is inclusive of accessible routes, but it also includes non-accessible routes. It's you know, while I know that court proceedings may become very contentious at times, I don't know the particulars of which Mr. Timish speaks with regard to flashpoints.
No, I mean, that's good. I appreciate that, Derek. I mean, you know, so it's a difficult position that commissioners are in, right? So commenters seem to have reasonable concerns about certain, you know, amendments. And I mean, I'm not an accessibility specialist, or I'm not even, I don't practice in accessibility. I'm a structural engineer, but I do know, you know, understand how the code works with definitions, etc. And what's hard to know is you know, whatever validity or basis of some of the commenters, you know, comments, and for me to be able to judge them anyway. Obviously, if they had already been, if those comments had already been provided in the past and you guys had responded, then we, the commissioners, could review those responses and judge for ourselves whether or not they had been adequately addressed or not, right? Anyway, just more of a comment.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mickelton, I appreciate the concern about the circulation paths, but as Derek, I think you just described, the way I think about it is that the code in scoping is defining places where we shall have an accessible route. And so that's kind of a separate set of requirements than what we're talking about for how circulation paths are addressed in terms of adjacency to vehicular paths and things like that. So a circulation path might not be an accessible route, but somebody may still be on that circulation path and deserve a separation between that and a vehicular way. So I'm kind of answering your point, I think, Kent. Um, so I'll put that aside for my questions and comments. I want to move to the prepared surface. That seems innocuous when I reviewed it here, and it's never in my work come up as you know a discussion point in any sense. But I do wonder from the commenters about like a a camping setting that relies on a sloping natural surface for connection. Um, and doesn't that provide access, or even the mountain play example, if people are familiar with sort of rustic amphitheater, um, and a prepared surface is not um, always done. And I would want to make sure that by not preparing a surface, people aren't escaping from a requirement for access. And so DSA, if you could confirm, my sense of that is that, again, scoping would require access from, let's say, a vehicle. Let's take a rustic, mountain theater, right? From a vehicle access point or a drop off, access is required to, concessions and restrooms and seating. So one could not provide an unprepared surface unless it's an accessible one. So the concern of the wording prepared surface probably would not, well, I think would not affect whether or not a connection, an accessible connection, is provided. Is that correct?
In general, I would say yes, I agree with that, and that yes, it is correct. We have an entire section in section 11B-206, which tells us where accessible routes,
right.
And by the way, 11B-206 goes on for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 5 pages.
Yeah, I pulled that up during the break, and I agree, right.
And it goes into excruciating detail of where an accessible route is required. Now, an accessible route at its fundamental elements needs to be firm, stable, and slip resistant. Of course, there are other regulations on the running slope and the cross slope, and there are a lot of other ancillary requirements, but at its base is firm, stable, and slip resistant. And if it were to be suggested that a hard dirt path could be substituted for an accessible route because on one day the path was inspected and it was firm and stable, maybe it was slip resistant too, that's fine. But an outdoor path that is subject to rain that was made of dirt will at some point get rained upon and will become not firm, not stable, and probably not slip resistant too. So the suggestion that a dirt pathway can be provided in lieu of an accessible route where it's explicitly required under the code, and where it's where it actually has garnered an entire division within Chapter 11B, because Division 4 is all about the elements and the technical requirements for accessible routes. It's quite clear. There are a multitude of requirements, and a bare dirt path would not meet under all outdoor conditions.
Thank you. So I'm satisfied with the prepared surface question. Moving on, uh, I'm still not sure about the example that I was giving before, and I think that the blended transition um, uh, confusion for the callers and concerns as well taps into the same things that I was mentioning previously. It seems like the condition between a circulation path to a loading zone or to an access aisle is not defined, and that if in the 2.01 blended um, transition definition that was added, it seems like that would be necessary to be complete, um, unless you can describe where in the code we have a clear definition now, given the changes you're proposing to multiple parts, of what that change is, or that transition between a circulation path to a loading zone, because it doesn't seem to be covered here.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, Mr. Mickelton, I cannot point to any particular language in the code which addresses the transition between a circulation path and a loading zone for a drop-off and loading area. I just simply can't. However, we do know that an accessible route is required from that loading zone. We know that some of the elements that can be provided as part of an accessible route are going to include walks and sidewalks. And those are clearly as prepared for pedestrian use. That would be reinforced by the proposed amendments to the definition of of circulation path, which would include, of course, sidewalks and walks, whether they were accessible or not. And that the vehicle pull-up space for the drop-off aisle is clearly a vehicle space. And as I mentioned earlier, as we were discussing this, the access aisle for parking spaces and the loading zone that's provided adjacent to the vehicle pull-up space are quasi elements. They're partly for use of pedestrians, but they're most closely associated with the vehicle areas there as well. And so even in the current code, without our proposed amendments addressing detectable warnings, or those amendments addressing the raised circulation paths, we still know that the code does require that distinction of separation there.
And my concern, I guess, here is that half of the time architects are going to throw in detectable warnings at the transition between a loading zone and a sidewalk, or flush or sloping, and half the time they're not. And I think your intention here, I can see as I describe this web work that we're dealing with all these different parts. I see that you're trying to clarify it, and I feel like this piece is not yet there. For us as commissioners to fully understand this, I think it would actually be useful, rather than to vote on items 1 through 10 here together, would be to take, I think, just the blended transitions out and discuss them as a group with all of the other related elements, which are detectable warning locations, which is item 38, drop off, which is item 30, I think, or 29, and detectable warnings, item 28, circulation paths, item 19. And I may have missed one, but those were the tabs that I put together during our 10-minute break here, so that we can discuss them as related elements to make sure that they're complete, or to hold them as a group for further study if necessary. So I guess it's a question of process to staff as to whether we could do it that way.
DSA is prepared to present our items in whatever manner the commission directs, and we're happy to do so. But I think this would need to come from the commission if that was the commission's pleasure.
So commissioners, let me ask you this. If we pull out item 2.01, are there any other items from 2.02 through 2.10 that we'd like to pull out and discuss in a separate section, or would you be good with going forward on the other ones as one group?
I'm looking at the other items. One moment. I would say 2.03, not that I see any issue with it, but just that it's related. And if there's, a word that we want to propose adding, to clarify some other section, it might be in this section. So I would say just because it's related, 2.03 and 2.01.
Any further discussion on that item? All right, so why don't we entertain a motion for items 2.02, 2.04 through 2.10.
So Commissioner Mickelton, make a motion to approve DSA's items 2.02 and 2.04 through 2.10.
Do I have a second?
Just to clarify, are you including 2.10 or excluding?
Excluding. Through 2.10. Oh,
I said 2.10 to be included, public use for approval.
Okay.
So I skipped over 2.01 and 2.03 to hold for discussion when we get to the other items in a few minutes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I'm sorry, did we have a second?
Commissioner Klaus Brickner, second.
All right, it is moved and seconded that section 2.02 and sections 2.04 through section 2.10 are approved. Any other further discussion from the commissioners on this? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, could you conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Legre,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell.
Aye.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. The next agenda item will be starting on page 5, item 11. 11B-01. Just making sure I got this right. So this is scoping requirements, path of travel requirements, 11B-202.4. And we will take that one up singly. So could I have the Division of the State Architect representative introduce yourself and present item 11B.01?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Lee. For item 11B.01, I will present this. I'm Derek Shaw with the Division of the State Architect, Supervising Architect. Section 11B.202.4, exception 10, is being proposed to add a new sentence which helps to clarify the term primary function, as that term is used currently in exception 10 in 2 locations. Since we first incorporated exception 10 into the code for the 2013 building code, we have received a few questions and comments about what precisely primary function means in this context of this existing exception. We had initially began development of this item as a standalone definition for primary function, and it was a standalone definition that stayed very, very close to the federal statutory language for primary function. However, because the concept of primary function is not utilized in Chapter 11B of the Building Code as broadly as the feds do in the ADA standards for accessible design, we received some comments and feedback that it would be best to limit our definition to apply directly to the manner in which we use the term primary function in Chapter 11B. After several rounds of development and feedback, we did settle on adding this single sentence into the exception where primary function is used here, and it provides the greatest clarity, we think, in this position. So with that, we can certainly answer any questions.
Thank you. I will open up item 11B.01 for commissioner discussion. I will call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel?
No comments.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner?
No comment.
Commissioner Mickelton?
No comment.
Commissioner Santillan?
No comment.
Commissioner Sasaki?
No comment.
Commissioner Allegre?
No comment.
Commissioner Stockwell?
No comment.
All right, we will now take any public comments on item 11B.01. If you wish to speak on this item, please put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you check the phones?
You have 3 questions remaining.
My name is Gene Lozano with the California Council of the Blind. I'm a carryover. I was in the queue in the public comment periods in the last discussion on detectable warning issue. So I support this primary definition right now, but my comment was for the previous item, and I did not get called on. Thank you.
Apologize for that.
You have 4 questions remaining.
Yeah, hi, this is Tim Timish again. Thank you for hearing me. Mr. Shaw is correct. This was put before the board before as a separate definition. There was fervent pushback on inserting into our code a part of the definition that is utilized in in the ADA and ADAS to exempt alterations from having to comply with path of travel requirements. And so it was, the commission pushed it back for further study. I don't see the results of that study other than that they're just tagging it on into the exceptions of path of travel requirements. Again, our path of travel requirements are based upon alterations and additions, and we don't utilize the more restrictive formula under the ADAS for determining whether there's a path of travel requirements. And we oppose any effort to try to stick into our code, and it's more it's better, more accessible path of travel offerings than ADAS, and for that reason we oppose it. I would just say one last thing is that, and I'm setting aside the whole discussion as to whether electrical vehicle charging stations aren't parking and whether it was ever correct to treat them specially. Later you're going to see a Freudian slip by the original drafters where they admit that electric vehicle charging stations are parking and are trying to extract that word after the fact. Someday all of this will be sorted out. But in the meantime, we don't want this definition to come in. I would point out that the sentence before where they want to add this in already self-defines itself. It says alterations where fueling, recharging, parking, and storage is a primary function shall comply to the maximum extent, etc. Well, you've already defined that where these certain activities are the primary function of the alteration. You don't have to comply with path of travel requirements except subject to the 20% limitation. Why then add this further definition in from ADAS? In future code cycles, we're going to see DSA say, oh, we're just conforming. This is already in the code. We want to now add it to other things. So I ask the commission to reject this proposal. Thank you.
You have 2 questions remaining.
Yes, this is Connie Arnold, and I 100% agree with what Tim Timish has stated, and I am opposed to this definition being added to the code. I'm very much concerned of redefining EV electric vehicle charging stations to not be parking, and I had filed litigation, but the attorney that I had passed away, or I would have won on this issue. And I am very upset as we move towards a climate conscious society, hopefully, that there'll be more electric vehicle charging stations, and they need to be accessible, and where there are van accessible parking spaces that are in the EVCS section, they should be accessible and designated so that people with their fancy sports cars don't park in those zones to fill their tank because they don't want to get a scratch on their vehicle. So I'm opposed to this. Thank you.
You have 1 question remaining.
Hi, this is Holly Ann Doyle. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to this issue. Before I talk about the EV change, I do want to provide some information to the commissioners about Access Collaborative of DSA. It was said by one of the staff people previously that there is public participation because anybody from the public can call in and listen. Now, that is an extremely frustrating exercise to call in with no ability to comment and just listen to how people with disabilities are going to be abused by this collaborative. And I say abused because the commissioners need to know that the collaborative was put together in response to repeated complaints from the disability community that the previous state architect, who was, for your information, in case you don't know, fired last December for racism and sexism. Now, that state architect managed to do away with a lot of our access rights, even though we had presentations from attorneys like Mr. Timish and Patricia Barbosa, who worked on the AG staff for many years, explaining how those code changes should not go forth, explaining to the commissioners how they should not go forth because they were in violation of state law, specifically Government Code 4459, which says you cannot increase or decrease access standards, and also in violation of the ADA, which says this is not a mandate to decrease any state access standards that provide greater access than the ADA regulations. So we had many access rights, including safe egress and remodeling construction. Just to give you one of the examples of what we lost, the right to access we lost under the previous administration of DSA. And this collaborative was put together supposedly in response to our concerns that the previous state architect dissolved without any notice to anyone, without even a thank you to the people that had served for years on their advisory committee. He has dissolved it and ignored getting any input from the disability community. So in the last year or so of his tenure, he put together this collaborative. Now, before it had been an advisory committee of just people with disabilities, but the collaborative, so-called, was put together with people representing the moneyed interests. California Building Industry Association, California Building and Owners and Managers Association, et cetera, hotel, motel. These people sat on this committee, this collaborative, with people with disabilities, trying to represent the rights of people with disabilities without having representation, full representation of all the types of disabilities like vision, hearing, cognitive, et cetera.
Ma'am, I want to make sure that your comments about 11B.
Collaborative. This is important information for the commissioners, and they need to hear it, because never at any point, at any time, were the written materials provided to the collaborative mentioning the laws or the fact that people with disabilities have civil rights and civil rights laws that require the access requirements, that require the access standards. The discussion was always about people with disabilities trying to work out a deal with the moneyed interests, not trying to get their access rights and their civil rights enforced. It was always dealing some kind of deal with the moneyed interests. So that's what the collaborative is. It's not really representative of the disability community. It doesn't provide any discussion of access rights and access laws and access civil rights for people with disabilities.
Ma'am, we will provide some time for agenda items that are not on our agenda.
Okay, I will move on into my comments about electrical vehicles, which is a travesty already, and that the code, as approved by the previous commission, allows everyone to park in the accessible parking space for electric vehicle charging, which means that someone will always be parked there. People without disabilities, they don't need the access, have four spaces to choose from in a 4-space parking area for electric vehicle charging. And we may not have even one. If we're lucky, somebody hasn't parked in that space and we can charge our vehicle, but only if we're lucky and somebody wanting a larger space to protect their shiny, undented new vehicle is going to park there if they can. So it's already a travesty. And now you want to do further damage to it. So I'm not sure I even care at this point what you're doing to electric vehicle charging, because it's a joke as far as people with disabilities are concerned. It really doesn't provide access for us to be able to charge our vehicles in this important age, as Connie pointed out, where we need to be much more conscious. We need to move to non-polluting transportation. So thank you for this opportunity to speak, and I want the commissioners to have a clear picture of how inadequate the opportunity for people from the disability community to speak and address code change proposals at the very beginning, and not here at the end where you have to deal with our frustration, our hurt, the abuse we've been experiencing all this time from the previous administration and the current one. I know this isn't pleasant, but it's not pleasant on this side either. We've been abused for many years by Chet Whittam, the previous state architect, and the abuse is continuing. And I hope that you commissioners will demand a clear look at how and how not people with disabilities are able to participate in the code development process. Thank you.
You have 0 questions remaining.
All right, thanks everyone for your comments. I'll ask staff now if there were any written comments submitted prior to the meeting.
Let's see, if we're going to jump ahead to the electric vehicle information, yes. If we're still on the original item that was being discussed, I think that kind of morphed into those other items.
Let's stick to 11B.01.
Okay, then no.
All right, thank you. DSA, did you have any follow-up to any of the public comments?
Well, I guess I can't leave the most recent comments unrebutted. DSA has conducted its public outreach with the highest level of decency and intent to get the input, the comments, the heartfelt feedback from all of our affected stakeholders. Every agency that proposes building code is required to conduct outreach with all of their stakeholders. And the Access Code Collaborative has been one of the more successful group forums that DSA has conducted in my tenure at DSA, which is over 15 years now. We're able to discuss issues at great depth, and to do so while sometimes delving into kind of well, as it was termed one time, crunchy conversations where good people on various sides of an issue can have good and well-founded disagreements. We've certainly been able to bring people together to discuss issues and to focus on what can and what can't be included in the building code. You know, today we've heard a number of comments in this last section of public comments where other issues that are outside of the building code have been suggested that it was in the purview of DSA to provide regulations, or of the commission to approve those HERD regulations. However, we always need to be mindful that the trust that's put into the agencies that propose building code do so in a context where many people are potentially impacted by the code changes that we propose and that are deliberated. And so it is most responsible for us to establish varied and inclusive collaborative as we had done here. And no, it was not for the intention of excluding anyone or for taking people's rights away. It was certainly to, with the single-minded focus of presenting accessibility regulations that benefit persons with disabilities, but that also recognizing that as a building code, that additional parties are also impacted and being mindful of the requirements under state law. Other than that, I don't think we have additional comments in response to the comments.
All right. And is there any follow-up discussion from any of the commissioners? All right, that concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item 11B.01 back over to the commissioners and entertain a motion at this time to consider the division of the state architect's proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Building Code.
This is Commissioner Klaus Perkner, motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Sure. Commissioner Patel, second.
It is moved and seconded that item 11B.01 is approved. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? All right, hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, please conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell.
Aye.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Our next agenda item will be 11B.02. I'd like to ask the Division of the State Architect to provide us an overview on this item.
Thank you. This is Susan Moe, Senior Architect with the Division of the State Architect. This is one of several items that sort of, well, I look at it like a tapestry. All these parts and pieces go together, and these various scoping provisions will also incorporate the provisions or the reference to the technical provisions for residential facilities. And this morning, Acting State Architect Ida Clare mentioned that what we are doing with Chapter 11B, if you were to look at Chapter 11B now and you were trying to figure out what you needed to do with what we call the accessible units with adaptable features, what you would have to do is go through the scoping in 11B. It would then direct you over to Division 4 in Chapter 11A, which is the requirements for what the characteristics for what is within the dwelling unit. What we have done, and we did this after a few years of research, we've actually put together sections 11B809.6 through 11B809.12. So should this and the other sections of this tapestry get approved, then what you would do if you had a public housing project, you would look to Chapter 11B. In that, you will find the scoping for the 5% of the units with mobility features, 2% of the units with communication features, the accessible units with adaptable features, and all the technical provisions for what you need to do within those dwelling units. So in this particular section, the only thing that we're proposing is to strike the reference to Chapter 11A Division 4 and instead refer to sections 11B809.6 through 11B809.12, which will then capture the technical provisions for the characteristics within those dwelling units. Thank you, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the overview of the proposal. Item 11B is open for commissioner discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel,
No comment.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
My only comment is really a procedural question. Actually, as Sue noted, there's a number of different proposals here that are doing essentially the same thing and referring things that were previously hidden away in 11A to the new sections that are being carried over, essentially duplicated in 11B. And I wonder, we can vote on this now, but I have a request that I think there's maybe 5 others, and potentially could DSA group those together as we go into the next one, and we could vote on those as a group because they're all essentially just a reference change. So a suggestion there. That's all.
Commissioner Sasaki is in support of that because, yeah, these are just taking what's in 11A and putting them in 11B. So I'm in strong support of that.
all right, and the way that we had, just so you know, we had bucketed all of those together for one vote. So is it your preference if we do this item in conjunction with those?
I think that would make sense.
That's,
I think,
Commissioner Mickelton.
well,
yeah.
can you give us 1 second here? I think the other thing they're pointing out back on these chapters is this similar change is repeated, not that one, but in these other sections right after it.
Okay, well, we'll probably
Yeah.
run out of time today.
Yeah.
So why don't we do this? Why don't we also have the Division of the State Architect give us an overview on item 11B.42, starting on page 30 and going through the top of page 42. And then we'll consider all of those items along with item 11B.02. You're on mute, Sue.
Okay, there we go. So we're looking at the items 11B 809.6 through 11B 809.12 then as well?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, what we did in that particular, those sections, as you said, what we did, we took a look at, and I researched and followed the code path and went back and forth between chapter 11A and the language that we prepared and what we put together in chapter 11B. And we wanted to be careful to follow the format of 11B. So we use the same sort of numbering system. So that's what you'll see when you look at, say, 809.6 and then the various subsections on through 809.12. A couple of the things that are a little bit different in chapter 11B, we did not incorporate the repositionable countertops where you get an exception for not providing those depending on the material that you put on those countertops. And then they also said a substitute for knee and toe clearance at a counter consisted of 2 15-inch breadboards. But when it said 2 15-inch breadboards, it didn't give the depth of the breadboard. So does that mean that that breadboard then would have to be the depth of a countertop? And then you would also have to have knee and toe clearance under that breadboard. So what we did is there's the requirement for knee and toe clearance that you could pull under at a works or at a counter or work surface and actually have usable knee and toe clearance. The other thing that we did, when you take a look at the backing requirements in chapter 11B, or I'm sorry, in chapter 11A, what it says in 11A is that the backing at bathtubs and shower compartments should range from 32 to 38 inches. But then it says that that 6 inches is a nominal dimension. Well, the problem with that, and what you'll find in the Fair Housing Act design manual, is that, for one thing, it doesn't allow a nominal dimension. That has to be an absolute dimension. And it actually recommends that that backing extend from 30 to 38 inches, because what they cited was the difficulty if you installed a grab bar and the top of the grab bar is at 33 inches, then potentially you've got fasteners that you know, the plate that's at that grab bar that aren't going to hit anything because there's not going to be any backing there. So what we did, we actually incorporated the greater requirement that is in the Fair Housing Act Design Manual. And we actually had comments on that particular issue. The other thing that we had a comment on, what we added in the floor drain receptor is a 1/4 inch maximum. We had the same commenter said that they would like for us to use a 1/2 inch maximum rather than a 1/4 inch for the slope to the floor drain receptor. And then the two other things that we did, we really clarified the outlet locations and the depth of the countertops. So what we're providing for the depth of the countertops is consistent with what was approved by HCD, because in the accessible units with adaptable features, you can actually use a 25.5 inch deep countertop. In the units with mobility features, you would be limited to 24 inches deep on the countertop itself. And then the other thing, when you look at the Fair Housing Act Design Manual, what you see in there, there's actually a requirement that an electrical outlet needs to be 36 inches from an inside corner. We also incorporated that into these sections. And then the other thing that we did in all these various items for to pull in what we currently adopt in 11A are the provisions for the site and practicality test. So like I said, should all of this be approved, then you would look to Chapter 11B if you're doing a public housing project, and you wouldn't have to be flipping back and forth to Chapter 11A. So thank you. And with that, I will answer any questions.
Thank you for that overview. I'll go back and call on each commissioner again, and I want to be clear. We're covering item 11B.02 on page 6, as well as 11B42 through 11B42-58, which are pages 30 through 42. And with that, I will ask each commissioner for their input. Commissioner Patel. No comments. I could read them. Thank you. Commissioner Klaus Bruckner?
No comment.
Commissioner Mickelton?
You're muted.
Oh, I'm going to be a troublemaker here. And sorry, what I had said before was to include the other 3 sections as well. I didn't name them, but what I was intending is 11B04, 11B05, and 11B08 all have only the change from the reference to 11A to change it to the new reference that Susan Moe just described for 11B. So I think it would make sense for us to include all of those in one vote, since it's all the same topic.
And to add to that, is Mike with Building Standards staff, 11B.12 or 12. I think Commissioner McIntyre also has that language in it on page 11.
You are correct.
Thank you.
So let me turn back to the Division of the State Architect and ask for an overview on 11B.04, 11B.05, 11B.08, and 11B.12.
Okay, 11B04, you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, then that's exactly the same. We're just removing the reference to Division 4 in Chapter 11A. And let me be sure I get this right. 11B05. That again is removing the reference to Chapter 11A, Division 4. 11B08, that would be the same thing. We're removing the reference to 11B, or I'm sorry, to Division 4 in Chapter 11A. Let's see. Oh, 11B12, that's the same thing. We're removing the reference to Chapter 11A, Division 4, replacing that with the reference to 11B 809.6 through 11B 809.12. And if I'm understanding this correctly, 11B 40 is also in, oh, I'm sorry.
14, I think so.
11B 42 is also included in all these items?
I think you reviewed that for us in the previous comments. That was 11B 42 through 11B 42-58.
Yes.
I think you've covered.
I think the only thing that we haven't covered here would be the item for the site and practicality test. And that again is, they're all part of this entire section.
Is Commissioner Mickelson, I'm sorry, what section is that?
Well, let's see. Also, did we also have 11B 14. And that's another section that has references that we're removing to removing the reference to Division 4 in Chapter 11A. And also in that particular section, that's 11B 14. We actually are including a note there that says senior citizen housing may also be subject to Civil Code Division 1 Part 2, sections 51.2, 51.3, and 51.4. What we heard from building officials is that that requirement for senior citizen housing was often overlooked because there's no other reference to it in the building code. So that was actually a building official that asked if we wouldn't include that reference. And then the site impracticality test, that would be item 11B 15. And like I said, the site impracticality test is what we currently adopt from Chapter 11A, and we're just bringing that into Chapter 11B.
If
Madam
I could
Chair?
just interject for 1 second. I can't see the chairperson and Mia Marvelli on the screen, so I'm not sure anybody else can. I think they might have dropped off, so we may need to pause.
I agree. I can't see them.
Right, so let's just take a short 5-minute break.
I don't see anyone from Building Standards Commission office.
Right, I think they were all on one connection. So if it dropped off, then they need to reconnect. I'm contacting them now. them. Hi, everyone. Can we get everybody back together in the next minute or two if you've stepped away? The Building Standards Commission has dropped off. They have no internet at all. So Mia will speak from my phone so you could hear everybody. Mia, just give us a second so everybody could join us again. Some people stepped away. Technological problems.
I need you to call BGS right now and tell them that we're shut down and we need to be online tomorrow.
Oh yeah, I will do that in a second.
Oh no, I was talking to Katrina, sorry.
Okay. I think we just have one more person. Ellie, are you there by any chance? Or Raj Patel? Okay, everybody's back. So you may not have heard me. The Building Standards Commission lost complete internet connection. Everything's down over there. So Mia will speak to you through my phone. We'll have to adjourn for the day. Just 1 second. Hopefully you all can hear her. Okay, hold on, Mia. Let me make you loud. Okay, can everybody hear her? If you talk, go ahead.
Hi, this is Mia Marvelli with the Building Standards Commission. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, they can. You can hear them.
Okay, I can't. No, okay.
But yes.
Hey, I want to let you all know that we completely lost internet connection here, and even our whole office, and we just got kicked out of Zoom. I can't hop on somewhere else and resume the meeting because our technical person, Barbara, she can't access anything either. She's running the entire meeting. So we're going to have to adjourn for the day. We've told the folks on the phone, and we're going to have to figure this out and figure out how to we'll have to start up tomorrow, resume